Over an hour later, it was finally Bian Changxi's turn. The security detail at the entrance of base number 7 was quite impressive. 2 rows of guards stood with rifles at the ready. Although superpowers were the new favorite of the era, the dark muzzles of guns still held significant deterrent power. People naturally didn't dare to cause trouble under their gaze. A small group of people in white lab coats performed rough initial inspections to see if the newcomers had been bitten by zombies or infected with the virus. Back in the day, Gu Pei had put in a lot of effort to study the complexions, postures, movements, and expressions of those who had been bitten. Eventually, he reached a point where he could tell with a single glance if someone was infected, where they were bitten, and how long they had until they turned. It was practically miraculous, though it hadn't been put to much use lately. The people in white coats here clearly possessed similar skills. They came over to give the group a cursory look. However, Bian Changxi noticed that one man, who looked somewhere between shrewd and sleepery, was actually scrutinizing their clothing. Seeing that they were clean, tidy, and had sharp, clear eyes, he subtly signaled to someone behind him. Before the people ahead of them in lean had even finished their registration, a supervisor stepped forward. "Hello. I am the official in charge of receiving newcomers to the base. Welcome. Are the 3 of you together?" He asked if they were together to gauge if they had other companions. In this world, anyone brave enough to travel with only 3 people, even for a short journey, must have something to rely on. Furthermore, the supervisor took one look at Wang Yihwa and immediately dismissed her. He had seen plenty of women like her. She definitely didn't have any real ability. Since they intended to act like powerful figures to avoid the tedious inspection process, Gu Shu didn't hesitate to display his strength. He looked up, his gaze cold and his aura imposing. "Just the 3 of us." The supervisor was slightly startled. It was a common rule in this era that the stronger the person, the worse their temper. He became even more certain that this man was a powerhouse. "Oh, I see. Please come this way to register. Also, if I may ask, what is your ability, sir?" Gu Shu curled his lips into a cold smirk. He raised his hand, and a burst of blue-purple flames erupted, striking an empty car parked nearby. The car jolted and was instantly engulfed in fire. The flames were fierce, beautiful, and strangely transparent. Everyone watched in shock as the car groaned and shriveled, melting like mood. Within 10 seconds, it was reduced to a dry heap no larger than a stool. Because everyone was staring at the melting car, no one noticed a tiny, invisible bolt of lightning shoot from Gu Shu's fingertips toward the wall. It accurately struck a discreet, eye-leak sensor, causing a thin wisp of smoke to curl into the air. The supervisor gasped. "F-fire element? What a strange type of fire. And with such intense burning power, what tier must he be?" Bian Changxi looked away, smiling inwardly. That was Gu Shu suppressing his flames, both in form and power. If he had used lightning or turned that pile of iron into dust in 2 or 3 seconds, it would have been truly terrifying. She took a step forward and waved her hand. An SUV, larger, heavier, and more aggressive than the one that had just been destroyed, appeared out of thin air. She smiled at the supervisor. "My brother Gu doesn't have many hobbies. He just likes burning things. This is our compensation for your loss. I hope no one is upset." And a space element user, the supervisor hissed inwardly. He repeatedly insisted he wasn't angry. Snapping out of his daze, he said, "How could we take a car from an honored guest for nothing? Please take it back. That car was practically scrap anyway. We should thank this gentleman for helping us dispose of it." Bian Changxi smiled faintly, appearing completely indifferent to the car. This attitude made them look even more formidable. The 2 of them, along with Wang Yihwa, signed their names in the ledger, but they didn't fill in their origins, ages, or specific ability details. The supervisor didn't dare demand them. He personally led them inside, automatically bypassing the rest of the inspections. Meanwhile, he sent someone to notify the higher-ups. He issued them identity magnetic cards and assigned them a fairly decent small suite. Gu Shu asked with a stern face, "Did a large convoy arrive here a few days ago?" The supervisor's face, which had been crinkled in a fawning smile, flickered for a moment before he smoothed it over. "Yes, that's correct. Since our base was established, it's the first time we've welcomed such a large-scale group." The whole base was buzzing. "Who were they?" "I heard they had a lot of heavy weaponry and looked very strong. To pull together a team like that now, they must be quite important," Bian Changxi followed up. The supervisor chuckled. Manager Zhou went to greet them personally, and boss Huo Tian received them. "We subordinates don't know the specifics." After a few more pleasantries, he left. Once the door closed, Bian Changxi looked puzzled. If it was such a big deal, it shouldn't be a secret. Where the team came from and who the leader is should be easy to find out. Why was he being so secretive? Gu Shu shook his head. The three of them surveyed the apartment. It was a 2-bedroom unit with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. However, it hadn't been used in a long time and smelled of mold. There was some furniture, beds, a sofa, tables, but everything was covered in dust. At this time, base number 7 wasn't yet overcrowded. During peak times, a suite like this would be a highly sought-after luxury, but in Bian Changxi's eyes, it left much to be desired. Wang Yihwa volunteered to clean. Bian Changxi gave her tools and water, then she and Gu Shu went to the balcony. From the 6th floor, the view was quite good. As far as the eye could see, there were houses. The streets were narrow and winding, littered with trash and echoing with coarse shouts. This base seemed quite disorganized and very untidy. The only highlight was the Chizai mascot everywhere: sculptures, pictures, badges, dolls, and flags fluttering in the wind. All the base staff and public property they had seen earlier bore this pattern. Even their identity magnetic cards had the green-bodied, white-headed alien creature on them. Aside from that, they noticed the base was actually quite large, stretching all the way to the foot of the mountains. This area seemed to be the high-end residential district, while further away, there was a chaotic mix of buildings. "I thought we'd find our people as soon as we got in, but it doesn't seem that simple. Like you said, such a large target doesn't just vanish. We'll find something. What I'm more concerned about is this." Gu Shu took out his communicator. The one he had been using was blown to ash during the battle with the giant bird. This was a spare he had kept in his spatial device. The signal light on the communicator flickered weakly. It could connect to Bian Changxi's, but other than that, there were only a few faint signals. According to Luo Jiuqing's theory, every communicator had a threat signal transmitter and receiver, but the master signal transmitter was on the research team's vehicle in the convoy. If they were too far from the transmitter, the signal would become too weak until contact was impossible. Judging by the brightness of the signal light, the transmitter wasn't nearby. There were a few related communicators in the vicinity, but the number was very small. With such a large convoy, even if they lost the transmitter, the combined signal strength of countless communicators should be significant. Gu Shu looked at Wang Yihwa inside the room. "It seems we were deceived. That convoy isn't our people." Bian Changxi raised an eyebrow. "Maybe she didn't lie to us. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Our team didn't come here, and another team of similar size and equipment happened to arrive at the same time." Gu Shu looked at her helplessly. Just then, there was a knock at the door. It was neighbors who had heard the news and come to visit. Those leaving here were all experts. 3 people from the same floor had come, some to test them, some to make friends, and one who looked like he had been dragged along against his will. Gu Shu had no intention of networking and maintained his arrogant persona. Bian Changxi subtly asked about the large convoy, but after getting no useful information, she ushered them out. One group left and another arrived. This time, it was hunting groups and teams looking to recruit. They were sent away as well. The two shared a bitter smile. The people here were certainly enthusiastic. After waiting a while longer and seeing no more visitors, the two of them headed out together, claiming they wanted to explore the base. As the door closed, the hardworking Wang Yihwa put down her mop. She bit her lip as she stared at the closed security door. She looked through the peephole, then checked the balcony. Finally, she went back to cleaning. 2 more hours passed. She had finished cleaning the kitchen, but the two still hadn't returned. She finally couldn't hold back any longer. Maybe they ran into trouble. Maybe the base leader invited them to dinner. Didn't that supervisor look like he'd found a treasure earlier? If the base leader has any foresight, he wouldn't miss the chance to recruit Gushu. Then he'll soon find out. At that thought, she couldn't stay any longer. She smoothed her clothes, smeared some dust on her face, and let her hair down to hide her features. Taking a spare key, she quietly slipped downstairs. "She's finally out," Bian Changxi whispered from a corner. She glanced up at Gushu. "Follow her." After Wang Yihwa came out, she seemed to have no clear destination, wandering aimlessly tersely. If she hadn't made herself look as numb and wretched as the many other survivors, she probably would have attracted trouble. Bian Changxi continued to whisper behind her. "She seems to be looking for someone, but she has no target." Gushu raised an index finger. Up ahead, Wang Yihwa excitedly grabbed someone to talk. That person looked surprised, glanced around alertly, and quickly led Wang Yihwa away. "Minister Chen, why are you here? Are you okay after being captured by those people?" "It's a long story." "Where is the commander?" "Sai, don't even mention it. The commander is seriously injured. We had no choice but to come to this base. Who knew this place was so corrupt?" "Sai, come with me." Bian Changxi saw that the person was a complete stranger. If they hadn't followed Wang Yihwa, or rather this Minister Chen, they would never have known this was a lead. As they thought about it, they quietly followed. It took almost no effort for the two of them to track someone. Soon, they arrived at a dilapidated, abandoned restaurant. A group of people was inside, holding a grim meeting. As soon as the two entered, a furious shout rang out. "Li Ming! Why did you bring her here?" Then came Li Ming's defensive voice, followed by a series of crashes. Wang Yihwa stumbled out of the room in a panic, nearly colliding with Gushu. She looked up at him in shock and anger. Gushu looked at the several people emerging from the ruined restaurant, disappointment flashing in his eyes. "After all that turning around, it's still you people." Seeing this, Bian Changxi realized it had indeed been a waste of effort. She didn't recognize the others, but she couldn't mistake Zhuge Qin. In other words, the so-called large force of 300,000 to 400,000 was actually Zhuge Yunma's faction. In fact, they had already suspected as much. Although the two teams were separated by several mountains at the time, their progress was similar. Calculating the time, Zhuge should have reached this place by now. The ones robbed by those bandits in the valley were also Zhuge's people. It made sense that such a large force could be successfully robbed by a bunch of disorganized bandits, and then have their retreat cut off at the tunnel entrance. Although Bian Changxi was blunt with her words, she still had some faith in Xiao Feng's abilities. She felt he shouldn't have been that useless. As for why they had armored vehicles from the Jiang City group, and why this minister, Chen, seemed to know so much about their 8th team. Zhuge Qin and the others froze upon seeing Gushu, immediately going on the defensive. Zhuge Qin then let out a cold laugh. "You really are like a ghost that won't leave. Are you here for revenge? Too bad, though. The one who wanted to capture you that night wasn't me, but my old man. And right now, he's a guest of Huo Tian, enjoying himself quite a bit. You won't be seeing him. Why do you have vehicles from my team?" Gushu took a step forward, staring into Wang Yihwa's eyes. "And why do you know so much about us?" "Wang Yihwa. You put on quite an act." Zhuge Qin seemed to have no more reservations. After we lost track of you, the old man sent people to your camp to see what happened. It seemed you had just finished a battle, and that deputy of yours, Xiao Feng, had sent many people into the mountains to find you. Most of your experts were probably out. When the old man got the report that your camp was empty, and in chaos, he ordered an ambush. He couldn't wait to paint Zhuge Yunma, his father, in an even worse light. He even sent planes and dropped quite a bit of ammunition. In the end, your people fled in panic, leaving behind a lot of supplies, the elderly, the weak, and the sick. You don't need to glare at me like that. Thanks to you, the old man guards against me like I'm a wolf. I didn't decide on any of those actions. I didn't even have the authority to intervene. Back then, Zhuge Qin had been captured and imprisoned by Gu Shu for a long time. Although he was eventually returned in one piece, Gu Shu had people constantly feed Zhuge Yunma the idea that Zhuge Qin had been turned and that he had returned only to seize power. After presenting various suspicious signs, even though Zhuge Yunma loved and admired his son, his naturally suspicious nature led him to believe it eventually. When Zhuge Qin later learned the reason for his father's estrangement, he wanted to tear Gu Shu apart. But what he didn't know was that much of the suspicion and distance he felt from Zhuge Yunma at the beginning was forged by Gu Shu. Gu Shu also made Zhuge Qin believe that the reason he was imprisoned for so many days was that Zhuge Yunma refused to put in the full effort to save him. He claimed the commander was more unwilling to part with his power and didn't dare to go head-to-head with Gu Shu. He even suggested that because the son was too strong, the father had been wary of him for a long time, and Gu Shu's actions played right into his hands, creating a misunderstanding for one side while the other side explains might resolve things. But Gu Shu made both father and son misunderstand each other from different angles. One didn't trust the other, and the other, seeing this, felt the first had betrayed him long ago. It was a vicious cycle, and the conflict grew like a rolling snowball. Moreover, the father and son likely had their own agendas even before this. In the world of business and power, there are no fathers and sons. Who doesn't want more profit? Even if they had no selfish motives, their respective subordinates wouldn't be without their own schemes. Under the encouragement and instigation of those people, it would be a miracle if they didn't fall out. Zhuge Qin hated Gu Shu, but he didn't realize that Gu Shu had only lightly nudged things a few times to orchestrate this entire situation. If he knew, he would have lunged at him right, then instead of trying to subtly blacken Zhuge Yunma's name. Gu Shu clenched his fists tightly, though his face remained expressionless. Zhuge Qin was likely exaggerating, but it was probably close to the truth. After that, did you have any news of them? His voice was steady, even slightly detached, but Bian Changxi could hear the intense, cold fury suppressed within. Zhuge Qin shook his head. The old man got the supplies and took prisoners. He didn't have the energy or time to keep tracking them. He suddenly gave a grim smile and pointed at Wang Yihwa, who had collapsed on the ground, her legs weak from Gu Shu's aura. This person is the old man's personal secretary and one of his mistresses, Chenru. She's a diehard loyalist. She was in charge of interrogating the prisoners. I heard she killed quite a few people. That's definitely how she knows your situation. But as bad as she was following the old man's orders. The one who truly killed your people was the old man, interested in working with me to bring him down. Chenru knew she had no way out, so she let loose, pointing at Zhuge Qin and cursing, "Zhuge Qin, you're so vicious you'd even plot against your own father. You were the one who poisoned his food, weren't you? Otherwise, how could the commander's health have deteriorated so much? I saw it that day too. When those bandits rushed out, the commander was well protected, but you stabbed him with a needle and pushed him to the ground. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have ended up being captured and humiliated. Gu Shu, do you dare associate with such an inhuman person? For his own selfish gain, he doesn't even care about the life or death of the entire team. He's a lunatic." By the end of her tirade, Zhuge Qin's face was dark enough to drip water. One of the men behind him lunged forward, grabbed Chen Ru's neck, and twisted. With a crack, her neck slumped at an impossibly distorted angle. The light quickly faded from her unwilling eyes, and she became a limp, ugly corpse on the ground. Gu Shu reached out to block Bian Changxi behind him, but as he watched the scene, he didn't show the slightest ripple of emotion, as if the one who died was merely an ant. Zhuge Qin looked up. "Are the two of you separated from your team?" "Gu Shu, you are indeed powerful. But right now, I have the advantage in numbers, and there are only two of you. Besides, this is base number 7, not your territory. If you're willing to cooperate with me to get revenge on Zhuge Yunma, we can talk. Otherwise, turn around and leave. The leader here isn't an easy man to deal with. I've heard that everyone who causes trouble on his turf ends up dead. Believe it or not, if you make even one wrong move, someone will report it to Huo Tian the next moment." Gu Shu's eyes were deep, but his tone was extremely flat as he spoke. "Where is Zhuge Yunma?" Zhuge Qin smiled. "Now that's how a smart person acts. Let's go inside and talk." Gu Shu stood still. "Where is Zhuge Yunma?" He only wanted that piece of information. Zhuge Qin's expression soured for a moment, but he immediately smiled again. He stepped closer and whispered, "Huo Tian took a liking to the old man's soldiers. While inviting him to dinner, he detained him and his inner circle. As for the man himself, he's locked in the basement under Huo Tian's house. That guy is a pervert. He loves imprisoning all sorts of people and watching them fight to the death. But those soldiers aren't easily tamed. I heard Huo Tian seems to have broken the old man and is preparing to cure him so he can serve as his deputy. Are you content to watch him make a comeback?" Gu Shu gave a cold, sharp smile. "No matter how discontent I am, I'm not as desperate as you. Once he regains power, the first person he won't let go of is you. Instead of wagging your tongue, you'd better go do something useful." With that, he took Bian Changxi and left without looking back. Bian Changxi felt the cold aura radiating from him and remained silent. She knew when to push and when to back off. While she could be sarcastic or mocking at other times, she certainly wouldn't provoke him now. It felt, perhaps, like she didn't dare to pluck the tiger's whiskers. She rubbed her nose, thinking that when this man truly released his aura, he was indeed intimidating. It wasn't without reason that many people feared him. But now that they had completely lost information on their team, there was no need to search everywhere anymore. They would head straight for the capital. Different paths, same destination. As they walked, Gu Shu suddenly slowed down. Bian Changxi looked at him curiously. "Aren't we leaving this place quickly? We registered with our real names when we entered, didn't we?" He asked instead of answering. Bian Changxi nodded. "Yes, why?" At the time, they didn't think they needed aliases. After all, many people here had come from the Sioux City area. Their faces would be recognized sooner or later unless they used elaborate disguises. Gu Shu scanned the surroundings. People were coming and going on the streets. They were busy, but compared to the Sioux City base, it couldn't be called prosperous. Even the streets and houses felt dirty. The only bright and clean things were those cheese-eye symbols. That leader named Huo Tian was either a fanatic or a true pervert. He sighed, resting one hand on his hip as he turned to Bian Changxi. "We can't let Zhuge Yunma regain power. Didn't you say revenge wouldn't bring us any benefit?" Bian Changxi spread her hands. "The situation has changed. If Zhuge Yunma gets Huo Tian's support, the two of them will empower each other and immediately become a major force. Zhuge Qin won't be able to stop them. Zhuge Yunma hates me, and his destination is still the capital. It was better to nip the problem in the bud." Back in the south, they hadn't used extreme measures because their capabilities were limited and they felt it wasn't necessary. But now, looking at Zhuge Qin, one could see how crazed his father was. The madness ran in the family. Just as Gu Shu finished speaking, someone walked over. "Are you Mr. Gu Shu and Miss Bian Changxi? Our leader would like to see you." Gu Shu didn't seem surprised, as if he had known for a long time that they were being followed. He simply said he was a bit tired and wanted to return to the apartment to rest for a while. "Mr. Gu, our leader. I hope Mr. Gu can hurry a bit." The man's dissatisfied expression suddenly turned pale as he forced himself to swallow his words and change the latter half of his sentence under Gu Shu's gaze. Gu Shu withdrew his sharp gaze and oppressive aura. "Changxi, let's go. We haven't eaten since this morning." The suite had been cleaned thoroughly by the now-deceased Chen Ru. Gu Shu stopped Bian Changxi as she began taking out food. "Aren't you worried?" "Worried about what?" Bian Changxi smiled. "Because of that Huo Tian. He's just the leader of a small base. Could he really stump you?" She had great confidence in Gu Shu. Besides, she had no memory of this Huo Tian from her previous leaf. He was likely someone who had died at some point without leaving a mark. Gu Shu smiled and fell silent for a moment. He watched as she brought out milk from the farm and opened a carton of fresh milk to share with milk. "Do you have a way to heal someone so that they appear to have recovered, but in reality, their body hides a massive hidden danger that leaves them barely hanging onto leaf?" Bian Changxi paused and thought for a moment. "Are you talking about Zhuge Yunma?" Huo Tian's headquarters was a European-style fortress that looked completely out of place among the surrounding buildings, clearly a recent construction. After waiting for a long time in a luxurious and spacious reception room, a series of footsteps finally echoed in the hallway. The door was pushed open, and a tall man with a plain face and deep crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, which gave him a somewhat foolish look when he grinned, extended his arms. "Sorry for the wait, sorry for the wait. I've been so busy, I've neglected my honored guests." Gu Shu looked up at him, his face cold and motionless, until Bian Changxi quietly nudged him. Only then did he stand up to shake Huo Tian's hand. Although the contact was brief, the two men used that moment to test each other's strength. Gu Shu gave a slight smirk. "No neglect at all. Leader Huo's sofa is much more comfortable than the one in our suite." Huo Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and slapped the head of the supervisor from that morning who was standing beside him. "You idiot! What kind of dump did you arrange for Mr. Gu? Don't you know that this man became the leader of the economic hub, Jiang City, in just a few months? In the military stronghold of Sioux City, he held one of the top 4 positions. He's even one of the candidates handpicked by Marshal Fu Qingsong of the capital's gubernatorial staff. Is this someone you can afford to offend?" The supervisor repeatedly apologized and slapped his own face. Bian Changxi watched coldly. This kind of performance was meant to show respect to the newcomer while actually using status to intimidate them. Someone with less confidence would have been squirming in their seat by now. Huo Tian kicked the man out and straightened his clothes, which were printed with the Chizai logo. He sat down on the sofa. "Mr. Gu's name is truly legendary. 7 or 8 out of 10 people coming from the south know of your deeds. I heard that with only 4 brothers, you ousted the former military leadership of Jiang City and raised a force of hundreds of thousands. Later, in the Sioux City base, you were so prominent that even the commander-in-chief had to tread carefully around you. These words of praise didn't sound particularly pleasant." Gu Shu gently toyed with the strap of the spatial device on his left wrist. Bian Changxi had helped him put it back on not long ago. Straight talk between honest men. "Leader Huo didn't call me here just to praise me, did he?" Haha, Huo Tian laughed foolishly, but his eyes held great intensity. "I met an old friend a few days ago. During our chat, he mentioned you several times. He spoke so highly of you that I was itching to meet such a hero. It's quite a coincidence. Just as I was thinking about it, Mr. Gu arrived. Speaking of which, you know this friend of mine. He was the one who personally pinned your epaulettes on you. In terms of military rank, you should still call him senior officer. Gu Shu didn't even raise an eyebrow, saying flatly, "Is that so?" Huo Tian seemed slightly provoked by his attitude. He clapped his hands, and someone helped a frail, elderly man slowly walk into the room. Bian Changxi looked up, a flash of surprise in her eyes. She had heard that Zhuge Qin had poisoned and attempted to assassinate this man, and she expected him to be in bad shape, but the sight of him still shocked her. The man being helped in was indeed Zhuge Yunma. She had seen him from a distance when he was in his prime and full of vigor. In her previous life, he had been a powerful general even in the capital. She hadn't expected him to be so white-haired and haggard now. His cheekbones protruded, and his skin was covered in the dark gray miasma of poisoning and mottled spots. He looked severely dehydrated. Although his eyes still flickered with a sharp, forced light, they were cloudy, leak glass filled with impurities. She glanced at Gu Shu. He had guessed correctly. He saw Gu Shu's eyelids flicker, but he maintained a cold expression and said nothing as he sat on the other sofa. Huo Tian smiled and said, "We're all old acquaintances. Why act like strangers?" "Oh, I remember now. You two seem to have had some friction. In this world, who doesn't have friction with someone? Only interests can unite people." He straightened his expression. "All right, I won't beat around the bush. Major General Gu, as you can see, General Zhuge's health has run into a small problem. This beautiful young lady beside you just happens to be a peerless wood element expert. For her, treating General Zhuge is just a small favor, but it would earn his gratitude. You two could settle your past grievances because of this. Isn't that a great thing?" Seeing that Gu Shu didn't respond, a flash of displeasure and ruthlessness crossed Huo Tian's eyes. He turned to Bian Changxi with a smile. "Miss Bian, don't you agree?" Bian Changxi acted as if she hadn't expected to be asked. She glanced at Gu Shu before saying hesitantly, "It's better to have a friend than an enemy." "Exactly. I heard you two have been separated from your team for a long time. In this world, the power of two people is always weak. As long as you're willing, I, Huo Tian, welcome you with open arms to join my base number 7. We're also planning to go to the capital. It would be great to travel together." Bian Changxi gave a forced smile, looked at Gu Shu again, and then said to Zhuge Yunma, "Please hold out your hand." She wrapped a vine around his wrist. It looked a bit like an ancient doctor taking a pulse with a thread. In reality, as long as her energy made contact with a person, she could determine their physical condition. It didn't have to be the wrist. The fingers, neck, or back would all work, though they weren't as elegant. She lowered her eyes and remained quiet for a moment. Then she looked up and said, "The situation is serious, but not life-threatening. With a capable wood element user conditioning him for a year or two, he'll be fine." Huo Tian clapped. That conclusion was only reached after all my wood element users and doctors performed countless tests and held several meetings. Miss Bian was able to say it immediately. "You're no different from the divine doctors of old." His defensive, watchful attitude shifted. He leaned forward over the arm of the sofa. "However, a year or two is too long. I need General Zhuge's help now. I need him to recover immediately. Do you have a way?" Bian Changxi hesitated. "There is a way, but it's risky and requires too much energy. Most importantly, there are deep toxins in his body, and I have no experience with detoxification. The lab coats say they have a way for that. What else do you need?" "I'll have it prepared." Huo Tian was clearly more interested in Bian Changxi now, ignoring Gu Shu to focus solely on her. Gu Shu suddenly stood up and grabbed Bian Changxi's hand. "If this is all you wanted, I'm afraid we won't be staying." Huo Tian also stood up. He didn't take Gu Shu seriously. He had tested him earlier and felt Gu Shu's strength wasn't necessarily higher than his own. Furthermore, he held all the advantages of time, place, and manpower. She didn't say she was unwilling to help. I've heard that wood element users become kinder and softer-hearted than others when they awaken their abilities. Gu Shu, why don't you ask her what she thinks? Perhaps she can't bear to see someone suffer in front of her. Besides, she's also helping you. From Mr. Gu to Major General Gu to just Gu Shu, Huo Tian's changing forms of address revealed his shifting attitude. At that moment, the bodyguards inside and outside the room shifted their stances. Bian Changxi held Gu Shu back, seemingly urging him not to be impulsive. The atmosphere seemed to freeze until Bian Changxi finally mediated. Since Leader Huo has put it that way, it would be ungrateful of me to refuse. I just really need time to deliberate and prepare. Fair enough, fair enough. Huo Tian looked at Gu Shu with contempt. In this short time, Gu Shu had gone from someone with some skill to a useless man who doesn't know his place and needs a woman to handle things for him. Inside Huo Tian's fortress, Gu Shu and Bian Changxi were given a room. After dismantling all the listening and surveillance devices, Bian Changxi asked with some uncertainty, "Will this really work?" Completely different from her previous cold and aggrieved act, she looked at Gu Shu, who had a relaxed smile. "You did very well. Are you tired?" Bian Changxi shook her head. She wasn't tired, of course, but she looked at Gu Shu, hesitating to speak. For her, as long as it was within tolerable limits, she didn't mind using any means to achieve her goals. She didn't mind taking leaves, acting obedient, or using sweet words. If someone posed a threat to her or those she cared about, she would find a way to eliminate them. So, what Gu Shu was doing seemed perfectly normal to her. But for Gu Shu to be the one doing it felt a bit unusual. He was a confident, upright man with a very strong inner self. Her understanding of him was that he would rather fight a fair battle and take heavy losses than resort to underhanded schemes. Even when he had plotted against Zhuge Yunma or Ge Jian Hwa before, the scale hadn't felt so sinister. But now, well, it couldn't really be called sinister or petty. He just didn't have the luxury of resources to set a grand stage, so he was being flexible and using his acting skills to manipulate people. There was nothing to be conflicted about. Perhaps it was because her image of Gu Shu was too upright and serious that she felt a bit uncomfortable with the side he was showing now. Bian Changxi secretly thought that she wasn't exactly a good person herself, so she shouldn't hold those around her to such high standards. Besides, this was actually quite good. "I'll deal with Zhuge Yunma tomorrow, so we can leave early." Gu Shu gently pulled her into his arms. "There's no need to rush too much. I'm sorry to put you through this." Bian Changxi's eyes widened. It wasn't a burden at all. If Zhuge Yunma made a comeback and came after Gu Shu, would he specifically spare her? This was also about clearing obstacles for herself. "You've definitely never used this ability to harm anyone before." She couldn't help but laugh. So that was what he meant. She traced the edge of Gu Shu's palm. "Even though it's a healing ability, I don't think the wood element has to be used only for saving people. My ideal isn't to be some world-saving doctor. I just want myself and the people I care about to leave well. For that, whether I'm saving or killing, it's all the same, just a means to an end." Her expression was exceptionally serious. "To me, the wood element is just a survival skill. I'm no kinder than a murderer, and my heart is quite hard. Am I a bad person?" Gu Shu gazed at her intensely, the heat in his eyes almost melting her. Bian Changxi grew alert. This is someone else's territory. Gu Shu's restlessness was mostly doused. He helplessly pulled her back. "I wasn't going to do anything." He held her, his sharp jaw resting on her shoulder, controlling his strength so as not to hurt her. "I like you this way. If we're talking about being bad, I'm worse than you." He couldn't help but nibble on her soft earlobe. Bian Changxi flinched and annoyed, poked him with her elbow. Likely a lingering effect of yesterday's incident, she now felt a lot of psychological pressure about being intimate in an unsafe environment. Gu Shu had no choice but to stop, feeling a bit dejected. In the middle of the night, the figure on the sofa sat up and landed lightly on the floor. Bian Changxi, on the large bed, woke up as well. "Be careful." Gu Shu nodded. He wore a cloud-shaped ornament on his chest, which emitted a faint, ethereal blue light. After a few flickers, Gu Shu's figure gradually vanished from the room. Bian Changxi opened the door, waited a moment, and then closed it. Gu Shu was already gone, leaving her alone in the room. After a moment's thought, she entered her space. In a newly built simple chicken coop, a hen was thrashing as if it were on fire, its entire body glowing red. It squawked incessantly, rolling in pain, feathers scattered everywhere, its body covered in self-inflicted pecking wounds. Another hen had a layer of frost on its feathers, almost frozen solid. It stood there motionless, like an ice sculpture. Bian Changxi frowned. She used vines to restrain the two and feel their condition, then suddenly tightened them. The hen's neck snapped and it collapsed. Tossing it into a trash bag, she turned her gaze to the rest of the flock. It wasn't hard to kill someone with wood element energy, but to do it silently and leave no trace, making the victim believe their own body had failed, was quite difficult. Furthermore, Gu Shu's goal wasn't to kill Zhuge Yunma. He just wanted him in a state between life and death, unable to die, but too weak to do anything. That was even harder. However, Bian Changxi had an advantage that no other wood element user possessed. Her wood element was infused with fire and ice attributes. If she could inject these two attributes into the target's body during treatment, they could remain dormant for a short time before manifesting. Then, as the ice and fire destroyed the body, they would counteract each other, neither becoming dominant but existing in a relative balance. This way, the person would be in immense pain and extremely weak, but they wouldn't die. She felt a bit wicked thinking about it. In the past, this would be Leek using medicine to kill, the mark of a social pariah. But Zhuge Yunma was an enemy. To be able to nip a threat in the bud, with just a little effort, was a rare opportunity. Besides, given Zhuge Yunma's current condition, if Huo Tian grew impatient and refused to spend massive resources and time on his recovery, he would die miserably anyway. Thinking of it that way, her plan didn't seem so bad. The problem was that she had failed several times. Either there was only the fire attribute, and the subject burned or overheated to death, or there was only the ice attribute, and they were frozen solid. Her excuse to Huo Tian about needing time to prepare, because her ability wasn't sufficient, wasn't entirely a lie. She grabbed another chicken, focused her mind, and slowly began to infuse energy into it. Morning in the fortress. Maids wearing uniforms that were either cute, sexy, or moe, but all printed with the Chizai logo, walked to and fro, beginning their day of cooking and cleaning. After a few knocks, a sweet-looking maid delivered breakfast, Western-style items like cheese, bread, milk, and coffee. There was quite a variety. The maid politely peeked inside. "Do you need the room cleaned?" "No need." Bian Changxi smiled and shook her head. As she closed the door, her expression turned to one of worry. Gu Shu wasn't back yet. Could something have happened? But as she turned her head, a tall figure was already standing by the mobile dining table, looking at the food with a slightly disgusted expression. She was startled and looked him up and down. "When did you get back?" "Right when the dining table was brought in." Before Bian Changxi could ask more, someone came from outside saying they should head to see Huo Tian after breakfast. The person was waiting outside, so the two of them ate a bit and then followed the servant out. It really is a fortress. The defenses are very strong. I suspect it used to be a military base. Look at that stairwell. It's actually rigged with traps. It would be very easy for someone to get lost walking here at night. As they passed a terrace, a unit of soldiers was drilling on the plaza below. Gu Shu continued in a low voice, "That's one of Zhuge Yunma's units. Huo Tian has already taken them over. They train during the day and undergo brainwashing, underground at night. However, last night, I saw that they're leakly being injected with some kind of drug. The kind that makes people obedient. Bian Changxi kept her volume low as she watched the delicate maid leading the way. Likely. On the other side of the plaza sat countless armored vehicles, looking majestic with flags fluttering. Their mounted cannons pointed toward the sky, showcasing the base's superior strength. There's also a massive armory underground. The walls of this fortress are leakly leaned with explosives. If the master of this place wishes, he can turn everything beneath our feet into ruins at any moment. Huo Tian's bedroom door was ajar. Huo Tian, in an expensive, high-quality bathrobe, was being served by numerous people as he washed, ate, and dressed. Suddenly, he kicked over a man who had come in to report. What? It failed. The other side had an ambush. Our men were wiped out. Bian Changxi glanced at Gushu. Last night, he hadn't just scouted the layout of the place. He had also visited Huo Tian. Huo Tian wanted to prop up the father, so he naturally had to eliminate the ambitious son. Huo Tian thought he was safe with his confidants and that his movements were hidden, but in Huo Tian's eyes, he was no more than a clown. Huo Tian's people had long mastered Huo Tian's movements. After meeting Bian Changxi yesterday, Huo Yunma had officially joined forces with Huo Tian, so Huo Tian was targeted last night. Gu Shu had stepped in as a savior just in time. His goal was simply to keep the father and son fighting. It wouldn't be good for either side to win in the short term. But after learning about Huo Tian and his resources, he realized that even if his plan succeeded, Huo Tian might not let him leave. There are many experts imprisoned in the basement, some of whom you and I even know. Remember the scanner? That was taken from Huo Yunma's team. Over the last 2 days, they've been secretly figuring out which people entering the base have abundant resources. Then they manufacture various incidents to scheme against and exploit them, even resorting to robbery and murder. She recalled what Gu Shu had said earlier. These people are desperately accumulating capital. They definitely won't be content staying in this small place. It seemed they had inadvertently fallen into a thief's den or a demon's lair. Here there were bloodsuckers, paranoics, and a domineering, greedy leader. Perhaps from the moment they had high-profiled their strength to avoid the inspection, they had been put on a list to be either recruited or eliminated. Furthermore, to some extent, Gu Shu represented a powerful force of over 300,000 people, even if that force was currently missing. If they hadn't wanted to know where their team was, they wouldn't have listened to Chen Ru's one-sided story, wouldn't have entered this base knowing it was problematic, and wouldn't have run into the Juje father-son conflict. Although this gave them a chance to intervene and prevent any one side from becoming too powerful, it also put them in Huo Tian's sights, leading to their current predicament. One could only say that every cause has an effect. In one night, many things had come to light. However, the journey north was never going to be smooth. Both of them had strong mental fortitude and weren't overly anxious. Huo Tian angrily dismissed his men. Seeing the two who had just arrived, he smoothed his collar and put on that foolish smile with deep crow's feet, which now looked chilling and suspicious. You're here. Sit. Shaoxi, I can call you that, right? I wonder when you can start treating Brother Juje. Gu Shu's face practically darkened. Huo Tian was definitely doing it on purpose. Bian Changxi brushed off the goosebumps on her arm. I did some trials last night. I think I need to observe him more and consult with the doctors. If all goes well, we can start today. Excellent. I'll have someone bring Brother Juje over. No need. I'll go over there myself. That works too. Xiaoping, take Miss Bian over. Mr. Gu and I happen to have things to discuss. Huo Tian watched Bian Changxi leave with a smile. Gu Shu seemed very annoyed by his gaze and said, We have received Leader Huo's hospitality. Healing Zhuge Yunma will be our way of repaying you. Once he recovers, Changxi and I will take our leave. Huo Tian took a sip of black coffee from the coffee table, looking enchanted. Since you're already here, why not stay a few more days? Isn't Brother Gu looking for news of your team? I'll have my men go out and look. Stay here until we get news. He leaned back comfortably on the sofa, stretching his limbs in a condescending manner. But before that, there's one thing I'd like to understand. The scanner we hid at the base entrance, well, that's what it's called, right? We just got it and we're treating it like a treasure, but yesterday it mysteriously burned out. Do you know anything about that? When Bian Changxi arrived, Zhuge Yunma had just finished hemodialysis. The poison Zhuge Qin had given him was extremely insidious and had already caused severe renal failure. Zhuge Yunma looked as if he had aged several more years, trembling as he was helped back onto the hospital bed. Bian Changxi carefully sensed his physical condition once more. The active factors in his body were even fewer than yesterday, and his entire being radiated an aura of decay. She sensitively felt a surge of negative energy, which caused the green leaves on her vines to droop slightly. She retracted her previous judgment. If left alone, this man wouldn't last a week. Several wood element users and doctors in white coats looked on with defiance and schadenfreude, mocking smiles on their faces. They wanted to see this young girl try to bring someone back from the dead. Zhuge Yunma gave a disgusted wave of his hand. Everyone out. After all, he was a man who had been a general and a commander-in-chief. Even though he was like an old, rotting tree, he still possessed a powerful aura. When his tiger-like eyes snapped open, they flashed with a cold light that forced everyone back. At this moment, Bian Changxi felt a bit of admiration for him. She knew exactly what kind of terrible torture he was enduring. If only he weren't Gushu's enemy. With such a resilient personality, he would have been a powerful ally. However, she thought secretly, it was precisely because of this that he had secretly hindered Gu Shu back in Sioux City. His kind face and dark heart had caused Gu Shu significant trouble, eventually forcing Gu Shu to use Zhuge Qin as a breakthrough. From the moment he viewed Gu Shu as a junior to be suppressed, their opposing stances were set in stone. The enmity became irreversible when he attempted to capture Gu Shu and launched a sneak attack on the Jiang City group during the chaos. She looked up again. Zhuge Yunma's 4 or 5 confidants had cleared out the room. Zhuge Yunma struggled to prop himself up, his voice raspy and aged. Gu Shu's leaf. Isn't easy right now either, is it? Bian Changxi looked at him coldly. Forced. To come save me. Ha, it used to be him. Him threatening others. He gasped between every few words. Thinking of the recognized top 4 leaders of the Sioux City base, he had been plotted against and alienated by Gu Shu. Gu Jian Hwa had been destroyed, and Shu Chang was useless to begin with. When he left, that old man's team was in total chaos, another lost cause. Now Gu Shu was also separated from his group. Rather than retribution, it felt more like a curse. It seemed no one who left Sioux City met a good end. Smiling, he raised a hand to stop his confidants from speaking for him. His sharp eyes fixed on Bian Changxi. We are all smart people. Huo Tian has wolfish ambitions. He is currently coughed. Our common enemy. Have you thought about cooperating? Bian Changxi's eyes flickered. The older ginger was indeed spicier. Zhuge Yunma had more foresight than his son. Zhuge Qin only tried to blacken his father's name to make Gu Shu angry enough to seek revenge, but he never considered that even if Zhuge Yunma died immediately, he wouldn't be the one to inherit the resources and men. Huo Tian would just have to spend a little more effort to absorb them. She said nothing. Zhuge Yunma continued, I don't need you to do much. I know. You have the ability to heal me. He gasped twice, a look of longing flashing in his eyes, which brought a spark of relief to his deathly face. His speech became more fluent. You only need to delay on one hand, while helping me recover on the other, but keep me looking unwell on the surface. Bian Changxi's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps she could. Zhuge Yunma seemed very tired. He leaned back against the pillow with his eyes closed. Go ask Gushu. He knows the stakes. Bian Changxi remained silent for a while. No one could see the expression in her eyes. After a moment, she suddenly asked, Zhuge Qin said that on that day, you ordered the attack on our convoy, even sending planes to carpet bomb us, causing massive casualties, stealing our supplies, and taking our people prisoner, eventually torturing them to death. Zhuge Yunma was surprised she asked this. It was a long time ago, wasn't it? He opened his eyes to look at her, recalling. I wasn't there. The men I sent out decided that on their own. As for the bombing, there was none. A confidant finally found a chance to speak. Fuel and shells are very precious resources. We wouldn't use them lately. Besides, there were mutated birds in the sky at the time. How could we let planes take off? As for supplies, it was only a few trucks. You had too many space element users. Not much was left behind. And the prisoners were only about a dozen. And you tortured them to death. Bian Changxi sneered. Vile opportunists. The confidant was angry. Gu Shu would have done the same. Gu Shu wouldn't stoop to robbing others. Bian Changxi stood up and opened the door. The confidants were afraid she would reveal their conversation. They were all on guard, but couldn't stop her from leaving. However, she simply said to Huo Tian's men waiting outside, your leader said that as long as I can save Zhuge Yunma, I can ask for anything. I need a lot of green cores, preferably tier 3 or higher. I need to expend a lot of energy. The man looked a bit troubled. I need to consult the leader. Whatever. But please prepare them as quickly as possible. Bian Changxi closed the door again and said very seriously to the confused group, although you are despicable, I am indeed forced to bow my head under someone else's roof. I will heal you, but I'll help you fake the weakness. What do you want? The confidant asked quickly. Bian Changxi looked at him as if he were an idiot. What do you think? Zhuge Yunma opened his eyes. I will talk to Gushu. You can certainly talk to him, but I am me and he is he. You have to get past me first. The confidant grit his teeth. Then what exactly do you want? So slow. Didn't I already say? Crystal cores. Enough high-quality crystal cores. Do you think faking it doesn't require energy? The confidants looked at each other, their expressions turning to disdain. After all that talk, she was just greedy for wealth. She called others despicable, but was she any better? Zhuge Yunma was also surprised, but he nodded. Give them to her. A refined-looking man glared at Bian Changxi and reluctantly took a bag of crystal cores from his space. Bian Changxi raised an eyebrow. Just this mooch. How many do you want? Bian Changxi checked the quality. They were all tier 2 or 3 green cores. She said dismissively, 1,000 tier 3 green cores. If you don't have them, you can use other cores to make up the difference. General Zhuje has hundreds of thousands of men. Surely this mooch is a trifle. The men grit their teeth. Their supplies, including crystal cores, had been confiscated by Huo Tian when they were captured. The refined man only had these because he was tough enough to ignore torture and pretend he wasn't a space element user. 1,000 tier 3 green cores, she was trying to bankrupt them. Bian Changxi said, decide quickly, or I'll go tell Huo Tian about your lethal scheme. I'm not afraid. No matter how capable Huo Tian is, there are only 2 of us. Gu Shu and I can leave whenever we want. This cooperation doesn't mean mooch to us. Zhuge Yunma sighed. Give them to her. Bian Changxi took the large bag of assorted high and low-tier cores, her eyes curving into smiles. To the onlookers, this sight was quite contemptible, but honestly, they felt a bit more relaxed. Once she took the money, she would surely fulfill her end of the bargain. A transaction of visible interests was always the most reassuring. Was Bian Changxi really greedy for these cores? This was just to make them lower their guard, to make them feel that what she was about to do could be bought with a countable number of cores. Anything with a price, even a high one, is easier to trust. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Huo Tian's man had returned, holding a box of about 100 high-quality Tier 3 green cores. The leader said that as long as Miss Bian can heal Guneral Juje, we will meet all your requirements. Bian Changxi nodded. Now I'm confident. All of you stay outside. Don't come in and don't disturb me. You can start now. The man was surprised, but said nothing as he closed the door. Bian Changxi turned to Zhuge Yunma. Look at how well they treat you, yet you're still thinking of rebelling. Don't you feel guilty? Zhuge Yunma had no energy to argue. The confidant asked disdainfully, can we start now? Of course. Bian Changxi sat by the bed again and began infusing energy into Zhuge Yunma. This lasted for over 2 hours, until her face turned pale and Zhuge Yunma's complexion began to improve. His trembling, limp limbs soon regained strength, his foggy mind cleared, his breathing became light, and his vision was no longer blurred. He felt full of energy. All his previous discomfort felt like a hallucination. He looked nothing like a man who was about to die. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Bian Changxi, however, looked very strained. She used up several crystal cores, wiped her sweat, and pulled back her hand. The confidant asked hurriedly, is he cured? You think it's that easy? Bian Changxi shot him a look. She raised her hand, manifesting her original seedling form. With a look of pain, she plucked half a leaf. Oh, so this is. The confidants were excited. They had all heard the rumors of Gu Jianhua's resurrection and other legends. Bian Changxi said water. Someone immediately filled a cup. It was a water element user. Is this okay? Yes. Bian Changxi placed the leaf inside. It dissolved instantly, and the water slowly turned a translucent, sparkling green. She swirled it gently. Under the reflection of the glass, unseen by others, she clearly saw a red and a white streak of color push from her palm into the water, swirling with the shallow vortex before finally dissolving. She worked with intense focus, her gaze fixed, making everyone afraid to make a sound for fear of disturbing her. The room was so quiet a pin drop could be heard. They looked at each other. Even the fairly capable wood element user in the room knew he could never make Zhuge Yunma recover this quickly. Not in 2 hours, not even in 2 months. A few minutes later, she wiped her sweat again and said exhaustedly, drink this. By tonight, you will be fully recovered. Zhuge Yunma was already able to sit up on his own. He looked at the water in the cup, then at her. And the appearance of weakness. Eat and drink as little as possible for the next 2 days. It's best if you don't sleep. Take some laxatives or something similar. Don't let your complexion look too healthy, Bian Changxi said with a straight face, uttering startling words. I've treated this water. 2 or 3 days from now, it will make you feel uncomfortable, roughly a sensation of fire and ice. However, it won't do much actual harm to your body. At most, it will slightly affect your metabolism. Externally, you'll appear pale, weak, and short of breath. When she said the first part, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched, thinking she was teasing them. But as she continued, their expressions turned serious. Finally, his top aide couldn't help but ask, weak and short of breath. Will that really not affect his health? It's a very superficial ailment. If you're going to fake it, you have to do it convincingly. His mind will remain absolutely clear. How long will it last? Zhuge Yunma asked. Bian Changxi pretended to pinch her fingers and calculate. A month or two. Believe it or not, I've done what I should. I'm going back to ask Gu Shu if he's willing to speak with you. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Bian Changxi, if you dare deceive me, I will make you wish you were dead, Zhuge Yunma said, then tilted his head and drank it all in one gulp. Bian Changxi smiled indifferently and left the room. Make her wish she were dead. Let's see who wishes for death first. She hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. Zhuge Yunma looked shrewd, yet he rushed to let her tamper with him. It would be laughable if word got out. Huo Tian's men saw her come out and asked, "How did it go?" Bian Changxi shook her head wearily. It's a bit tricky. I'll have to come back tomorrow. The other party looked disappointed, eyeing her like a charlatan with no real skill. She had taken so many crystal nuclei but couldn't get the job done. Wasn't she just scamming people? Since you haven't succeeded yet, in order to take care of Guneral Juje nearby, Miss Bian should move to the vicinity. There happens to be a vacant room where you can move in immediately. Bian Changxi frowned. Is Gu Shu coming too? Mr. Gu went out with the leader. He might not return tonight. Bian Changxi's expression changed instantly. She hurriedly asked, where did they go? I don't know. The leader doesn't like being surrounded by crowds. His outings are confidential. The corner of her eye twitched. Does he think he's a celebrity president? Surrounded by crowds. She stopped walking. I'll return to my original room. Since I only need to check on him tomorrow, there's no need to move here. The man gave a hollow laugh. Miss Bian, this is the leader's intention. Mr. Gu is also aware of it. Bian Changxi looked at him coldly, then at the men in black behind him, and pursed her lips. The new room wasn't actually close to Zhuge Yunma's residence. The architecture inside the building was indeed a winding maze, dizzying to navigate. Bian Changxi's memory was only slightly better than an average person's, and she soon found herself disoriented. Once alone in the new room, she immediately dropped the facade of exhaustion and took out her communicator to dial Gu Shu. Gu Shu wouldn't just leave like that, leaving her here alone. Even if he had to leave, he would have contacted her via communicator. Since he hadn't, it only proved that he hadn't left voluntarily, or perhaps he hadn't left at all, and these people were lying to her. Many speculations flashed through her mind. The call didn't connect. She frowned tight. After a long time, he finally called back. Changxi. Gu Shu, where are you? There was an echo on his end, and his voice was extremely low. I refused his recruitment offer. Then a fight broke out. When I woke up, I was underground, in the place where they keep various experts. My communicator was hidden in my spatial device, so it wasn't confiscated. You're kidding. That's simply unreasonable. It was only the second day. How long had she been gone? To strike so impatiently while they still needed her services, was something wrong with that Huo Tian? She hurriedly asked, are you all right? And the wind blowing from the heater wasn't right, so I held my breath immediately. In truth, he could have left or fought back. But Huo Tian had numbers on his side and was determined to take him down. Since Bian Changxi wasn't by his side, he worried she might be taken hostage if things escalated. So he decided to beat them at their own game, pretending to succumb to the drug and allowing himself to be captured after a few rounds. He asked from the other end, are you okay? Bian Changxi said grumpily, you really have patience. Aren't you afraid of actually getting yourself killed? Zhuge Yunma extended an olive branch to me, so I played the charlatan and set him up. It's done, but superficially, it doesn't look successful yet. I don't think Huo Tian dares to do anything to me. She recounted Zhuge Yunma's plan. Gu Shu was silent for a moment. Since I'm under control, he won't touch you. Be careful. Tonight I'll get out, and then we'll leave. Bian Changxi didn't speak. She could hear that Gu Shu had more to say. Sure enough, 2 seconds later, a low voice suppressing a trace of something strange came through. I'm going to release everyone here and destroy the armory. Stay alert. If anything feels wrong, leave first. Bian Changxi put down the communicator. Huo Tian was violent and barbaric, but Gu Shu was no less so. Although he was a step late, he immediately decided to destroy the man's foundation. Truly two decisive and crazy men. She remembered that Gu Shu wasn't this impulsive before. Prior to this, she hadn't expected things to blow up so big, or at least not so quickly, as if rushing to take the other's leaf. However, destroying the armory would be difficult and dangerous. Many weapons couldn't be exposed to fire. Although Gu Shu's flames were powerful, if he caused an explosion, would there be a way out from underground? If we transfer the armory? Her heart skipped a beat. That seems like a good idea. She took a crystal nucleus to absorb. Juga Yunma hadn't actually drained much of her energy. She had concealed her strength, pretending it was effortless to force out that pale look. Her internal energy was still nearly full. She paced back and forth in the room, waiting for nightfall. Occasionally, she looked out the window. Finally, she sat on the bed, holding milk with one hand and feeling a trumpet flower-shaped metal ornament with the other. This item was an invisibility artifact. She had obtained 2 invisibility items and 1 appearance-changing item from Wen Mingli back then. Gu Shu had one of the invisibility items and the disguise item. She held this one. With this, plus her abilities and the farm, leaving safely wasn't a problem. If Gu Shu didn't know she had so many leaf-saving artifacts, he wouldn't have felt at ease entering the prison. She wasn't worried about herself. She was worried about Gu Shu. At dinner time, there was a knock on the door. She thought it was dinner being delivered and was about to tell them to leave. But then she thought, shouldn't I act anxious to know if Gu Shu is back? She stuffed milk back into the farm, adjusted her expression, and rushed to open the door. Gu. She stared at the person outside, stunned. Leader Huo. Then she quickly got into character. Where's Gu Shu? Is he back? They said you were together. Huo Tian grinned. Bian Changxi had to try hard not to spit in his face. Clearly a man so selfish and arrogant that he believed he was the only one who mattered, yet he could show such a silly smile. It was chilling. If it weren't her and Gu Shu, but ordinary ability users with no leverage or room to resist, they would have to do whatever Huo Tian said. Disobey, and you'd be thrown straight into the dark underground prison. Truly a guy who couldn't tolerate the slightest defiance. Wasn't he afraid of people feigning loyalty only to rebel later? He was practically forcing people to revolt. But Bian Changxi knew that in the apocalypse, many people were as extremely terrifying as Huo Tian in their quest to expand their power. If you met one, you could only consider yourself unlucky. Oh, Brother Gu. He met an acquaintance, someone from his old team, so he said he might be back a bit late. I told him Xiaoxi will be worried, but he just smiled and said it didn't matter. He sighed with exaggerated heartache. It made Bian Changxi's stomach turn, especially that Xiaoxi. She wanted to whip a vine across his deceptively honest face. She showed a look of disappointment. Is that so? Then never mind. Huo Tian asked, by the way, didn't your Jiang city invent some crystal nucleus communicator? You can use that to contact him directly. Bian Changxi took out her communicator. You mean this? Sai, we ran into some trouble when we left the team. Gu's shoes broke a long time ago. He threw it away. Oh, I see. He must have been wary because nothing was found on Gu's shoe. Bian Changxi secretly thought, thank goodness I put the broken bracelet spatial device back on Gu's shoe. Otherwise, this would be troublesome. If there's nothing else. She didn't want to deal with this person anymore and moved to close the door. But Huo Tian placed a palm on it, blocking the gap. If Xiaoxi doesn't mind, would you join me for dinner? Bian Changxi's eyes slowly widened. night fell heavy and silent. The base was chaotic and corrupt, lacking formal regulation, almost in a feral state. Cruel and dark things happened everywhere, but the underground space was even gloomier. The cramped air carried the scent of blood. Because the owner here leaked to watch people fight to the death, there was a huge arena, like an ancient Roman Colosseum. A ring in the center, surrounded by spectator seats. Except here, the seating was only on one side, and there was only one seat at the top. At this moment, this place, which should have been empty, was occupied by a figure. In the sturdy prison cells, the electrified steel bars had been melted into puddles of molten iron. The patrolling guards lay sprawled on the ground, and the stationed Ability user squad had died miserable deaths. The people emerging from the cells limped, their breath weak, clearly controlled by drugs. Yet one by one, they gathered in the arena. It was the only open space large enough to hold several hundred people. In the center of the ring, a man with a handsome, hard face spoke concise words. With a wave of his hand, these people who had regained their freedom dispersed quietly, but with abnormal speed. The man then led a few of the most capable individuals, running quickly toward a specific location. The underground roads extended in all directions, like a dark maze. The person who built this place perhaps had some strange fetish, deliberately constructing it to be particularly narrow and without electricity. Only lamps shaped like cheese eye were lit with oil, casting dim, chilling candlelight. The ground was intentionally made extremely slippery and sticky. If people didn't have flashlights, walking would be a problem. These few people cursed silently in their hearts as they followed the leader through the twists and turns. They opened doors that didn't look like doors at all, dodged trap after trap, knocked out the guards hiding in rooms, and destroyed countless cameras and high-end identification card readers. Then they arrived at a computer room. Breaking through the door, they swept in like a whirlwind, knocking everyone inside to the ground. Gu Shu went to the console and typed furiously. On the surveillance screens, lights turned on in the corridors, and the mechanical doors in all the passageways opened. Meanwhile, the entrances leading down from the surface were silently locked, except for a few specific ones, and the communication channels between the surface and underground were cut off. Most importantly, there was one place, the massive door to the armory. Its password lock was breached. On the screen, the people who had left earlier were rushing in impatiently. Gu Shu said to the few people who had followed him, "You go too. Take what you need. The retreat route follows the lights I've turned on for you. The exits will open at 7 o'clock sharp." These people didn't know each other, nor did they know Gu Shu. But those who refused to yield under Huo Tian's tyranny were mostly proud, stubborn, and strong individuals. They had thought they would eventually die here, but this man, the newest prisoner, had orchestrated a grand jailbreak. With a wave of his hand, eerie flames melted everything. He effortlessly turned the place upside down and opened the armory, generously letting them take weapons. They had wondered what demands he would make of them, but he simply said he couldn't stand Huo Tian and just wanted to do something to upset him. Would someone do something this big just for such a petty reason? The group looked at each other. One person said solemnly, "I am Jiangzuo, a Tier 4 speed type. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay your great kindness." Then he flickered out like a phantom, worthy of a speed type. The others followed suit. Soon, Gu Shu was the only one left in the control room. Although he could potentially subdue this group with a little effort and thought, his goal wasn't to form a gang. He always wanted to strengthen his own team, but he wouldn't be like Huo Tian, trying to drag every good thing and every capable person into his camp to turn them into slave-league followers. So he didn't care about their expressions of gratitude. He watched as people grabbed the guns they needed. Most carried as much as they could on their backs and shoulders. Gradually, people left the underground, heading for the exits far from the bunker. He would open those exits at 7 o'clock sharp. Rather than destroying the armory, it's better to move the whole thing. Even if we can't use it all, wouldn't it be great to distribute it to Huo Tian's enemies? One side loses, the other gains. Bian Changxi spoke through the communicator. Although it's a bit troublesome, I think that Psycho Huo Tian will definitely beat his chest and tear his hair out when he sees his stuff being used by others. Just thinking about it was satisfying. If they destroyed it, he would only be angry. Gu Shu focused on results, but the woman, coming from a petty perspective, clearly wanted to add some spice to the injury. Gu Shu found it amusing. But he also felt a unique kind of satisfaction. She was venting anger on his behalf. However, the armory was a bit too large. Even if he emptied his spatial device, he couldn't hold Mooch. Bian Changxi had to come down herself. It was easier to act after nightfall, and 7 o'clock was when the shifts changed at the various entrances and exits. The defense would be at its weakest. Last night, when he sneaked down, he found electronic files containing the schedule. Furthermore, to avoid attracting attention, the operation underground had to happen as close to 7 as possible. So the window for action was only a few dozen minutes. He looked at his watch. It was already 6:30. Another 10 minutes. If she didn't come down by then, it meant she was delayed. He would proceed with the original plan to destroy the armory himself, then meet her on the surface. Holding the communicator, he actually hoped she wouldn't come down. Compared to driving Huo Tian crazy, her safety was much more important. At this moment, Bian Changxi was being pestered by Huo Tian. Looking at the table set for a candlelit dinner and the dim surroundings, Bian Changxi felt sick to her stomach. Watching the psycho opposite her with his face full of honest purity, practically written with "I just want to treat you to dinner," she felt an urge to fleep the table. Shaoxi is from Jiang City. I went on a business trip to Jiang City once. It was a bustling metropolis. Thinking about it now feels like a leaf a time ago. I remember the BN family held up half the sky of Jiang City's economy. Amazing. Bian Changxi searched her farm for a divine artifact that could instantly take this guy out. Hearing this, she twitched the corner of her mouth. That was the empire built by the older generation. The current head of the family has no skill. Otherwise, how could Bian Guangyuan have reduced the whole family to such a desolate state in just a few months in Sioux City? Found it. She glanced at the clear, colorless liquid in her hand, an advanced formula interrogation water. Colorless and odorless, it could make a person lose their mind and strength instantly, and it even had a sleet suppressive effect on abilities. She looked directly at the person opposite her. Gu Shu had said this guy's strength was similar to his. Although it was said that no one had seen him use his ability, Gu Shu guessed he should be a Tier 4 fire elementalist. She irresponsibly thought that perhaps because they were both fire types, and Gu Shu's was clearly extraordinary with beautiful flames, Huo Tian had been jealous and couldn't wait to lock Gu Shu up. However, one thing was certain. This psycho was favored by the heavens. Bian Changxi couldn't beat him. A head-on collision would absolutely be seeking death. She glanced at the clock on the wall again. 6:35. Shaoxi seems to have a bad relationship with her family. Asking about something countless people knew with a concerned expression while pretending ignorance, this was the most nauseating thing. Bian Changxi's face turned cold. I don't want to mention the past anymore. If there's nothing else, I want to leave. She stood up rudely to leave. Huo Tian was patient, knowing he had touched a sore spot. He had never seen a woman throw a tantrum in front of him. Others were afraid of him. If anyone dared to cry or act petty, he would be the first to have them dragged out to feed the zombies. So, finding this novel, he hurriedly stood up to chase after her. Bian Changxi waited for him to get close, then suddenly crushed the glass vial in her hand and flung it at his face. The water leak liquid drenched Huo Tian's face. Huo Tian was furious, but his expression froze halfway through the change, and he staggered 2 steps. Bian Changxi slashed at his face with a knife. He raised his hand to block, but she retracted the knife midway and thrust a stun baton into his stomach with both hands. Zizazizati, zizazizate. Huo Tian convulsed, but he suddenly struck out with a palm, sending Bian Changxi flying. Bian Changxi slid across the floor tiles. With a wave of her hand, she bound him with vines. Huo Tian fell to the ground. The potion and electric shock made his eyes roll back and his tongue go numb, but his hand still pressed a button. Bian Changxi wanted to finish him off, but seeing the red button, she immediately turned and ran out. Leaving was the priority. Although Huo Tian seemed to have lost mobility, once threatened with death, his explosive power could be terrifying. She patted out the flames on her shoulder, let her hair cover the unnatural flush on her face, suppressed her rapid breathing, and then pressed her hand over her burnt collar and the wound beneath it. In 2 or 3 steps, she pushed the door open and walked out. There weren't many people outside. Since Huo Tian had shamelessly set up a candle-lit dinner, he naturally wouldn't let bodyguards ruin the atmosphere. But around a distant corner, a group of people was rushing over hurriedly. It seemed they were summoned by that button. She walked quickly in the opposite direction. Once out of sight, she turned invisible and hurried to the entrance Gu Shu had mentioned, contacting him via communicator. "I'm coming down." "It's fine outside." "Yes, I've arrived." A huge portrait suddenly swung open to reveal a gap. Bian Changxi slipped inside, and the portrait immediately returned to its original position, as if it had never moved. After entering, Bian Changxi expected to see a gloomy, dark place, but the lights were actually on. She followed Gu Shu's instructions for a few minutes, nearly getting dizzy from walking, before she saw him running toward her from a distance. Did something happen? Gu Shu saw at a glance that her expression wasn't right. Actually, she had changed her clothes while walking, and the burns and injuries had been healed. Since he saw through it, she said concisely, Huo Tian insisted on having dinner with me. I saw the time was right, so I had a little conflict with him. They must be searching for me everywhere outside now. It's safer to go underground. Gu Shu led her forward. Bian Changxi finally had the mind to examine the place. The reinforced concrete architecture wasn't much to look at. It just felt intricate and complex. There were also many checkpoints to prevent outsiders from intruding. It looks like an underground maze. But if guarded well, it should be very safe, right? She didn't know what Huo Tian was thinking. Instead of properly developing the surface, the base walls weren't particularly strong. He dug holes and pits underground like a rat. What kind of shameful psychology was this? When she saw his armory, she felt even more strongly that Huo Tian was a greedy rat who wished to move everything under the sun into his nest. The armory was huge, but also messy. There was all sorts of junk. Some of it clearly looked snatched from various factions, teams, or even individuals. However, there were also massive, terrifying warheads. She estimated one could blow this place sky-high. This really wasn't something to destroy. It was just as Gu Shu said. Maybe this place used to be a military base. Bian Changxi waved her hand, and this armory, which had been painstakingly filled through swindling and robbery, became empty. Bian Changxi felt a bit dizzy, but thinking of Huo Tian's incredulous, red, twisted face made her feel deleted. Dare to have designs on this old lady. All right, let's go quickly. Gu Shu led Bian Changxi toward the planned exit. Suddenly, the laptop tucked under his arm beeped. He flipped it open and looked. They're coming down. He typed rapidly on the keyboard with one hand while walking. What are you doing? All entrances and exits to this underground base have permission passwords. I removed the old ones and reset them. The people above have to crack the passwords to get down. I'm stopping them. Bian Changxi was astonished. You know how to do this. Under the dim glow of the screen, Gu Shu smiled without shifting his gaze, his feet still moving fast. Many missions require this skill. We all know a bit. When they reached the exit, some people were already there. There were 4 exits far from the bunker. East, south, west, and north. The one they arrived at was the furthest. 50 or 60 people had gathered, everyone counting down the seconds to 7 o'clock. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. People gripped the firearms they had obtained from the armory, ready to face whatever might happen the moment the door opened. Their faces bore expressions of ruthlessness and determination. No one noticed Gu Shu and Bian Changxi's arrival. It was 6:59. Less than a minute later, the door suddenly made a hissing sound. The mechanical door slowly opened under the automatic program Gu Shu had set. The people waited for a moment. Silence. It seemed no one had discovered this place yet. They swarmed out. When Gu Shu and Bian Changxi exited, the people in front were already exchanging fire with the armed squad that had moved away slightly due to the shift change. Because Huo Tian cared about nothing except accumulating capital, and especially looked down on low-tier ability users and ordinary people. And since these exits had never been used, the quality of the personnel stationed here naturally wasn't high. Usually neglected and even despised by their peers, and having done this insignificant job for a long time, the guards had become slack. They never expected a group of smelly lunatics to suddenly rush out from inside. On one side were people running for their only hope of survival, their long-suppressed anger and hatred turning their eyes red. On the other side were guards caught off guard, unprepared psychologically and equipment-wise. Added to the disparity in strength, it was a completely one-sided situation. Before more reinforcements could arrive, the group that had escaped death quickly swept away the obstacles and scattered leak birds into the sky. Gu Shu and Bian Changxi didn't intervene. They looked back at the bunker, of which only a small part was visible, smiled at each other, and disappeared into the night. Where are we going next? Find Zhuge Qin and give him some weapons, Gu Shu said briskly. Zhuge Qin wants to bring down Zhuge Yunma, and Zhuge Yunma wants to bring down Huo Tian. This is a relationship chain worth exploiting. Instead of struggling to deal with one of them, it's better to let them fight it out themselves. They say a tripod is the most stable structure. Exactly. However, Zhuge Qin probably can't hold up his end. Bian Changxi thought about it and agreed. Zhuge Qin didn't have many subordinates. He was impulsive, irritable, and held grudges. Could he compare to the other two? As long as he holds on for a while. Huo Tian has suffered huge losses now, so Zhuge Yunma won't wait to take back what's his. Zhuge Qin will naturally want to stick a leg in, muddy the waters, and drag out the stalemate. What do you think the people who escaped today will do? Gu Shu stopped walking. His pupils seemed to glow in the night. Bian Changxi didn't know if it was an illusion, but faint traces of thunderleak light seemed to flash within them, startling her inexplicably. Some will leave, but more will stay. Whether for revenge, to take back their things, or to build their own power amidst the chaos, the waters of base number 7 will get moodier and moodier. Even if they didn't go that far, he would fan the flames. Gu Shu. Bian Changxi paused, realizing she had zoned out. She gave a dry laugh, but finally couldn't help asking, how exactly did Huo Tian offend you? He really didn't seem like someone who would drive others to extinction without cause. Bian Changxi could trick Huo Tian, which meant that psycho wasn't that hard to overcome. With Gu Shu's Tier 4 mutated fire element close to lightning, killing him wouldn't be difficult. But he didn't do that. From the moment they entered the bunker, his target was Zhuge Yunma. Later, they gradually discovered Huo Tian's neurotic side and became more vigilant. But even then, Gu Shu probably didn't intend to kill him to eliminate future trouble. Then Huo Tian struck first without warning, throwing Gu Shu into the dungeon. At that time, perhaps he could have killed Huo Tian, but out of concern for Bian Changxi or other matters, he didn't. But now, although he didn't kill the man, he clearly intended to ruin his future. This was actually crueler, wasn't it? Gu Shu smiled and looked down at her. He paused for a long time. Gained a bit more enlightenment. Speculate about others with a bit more malice, face others with a bit more vigilance, and handle things with a bit more ruthlessness. Any threat should not be let go. Giving the enemy no leeway meant giving oneself a greater chance of survival. He didn't know when these thoughts had appeared in his mind. It seemed that as his ability mutated, some of his thoughts also changed. Even the world he saw with his eyes was slightly different. He clenched his hand, feeling his heart becoming colder and harder. It was a strange experience. When did it start? From the Cold War with Changxi. From knowing the team was ambushed. From Chen Ru dying before his eyes. Or from Huo Tian displaying the twisted worldview of a power holder in the apocalypse. Or perhaps it was Huo Tian revealing that interest in Changxi, tinged with an intent to toy with her, that finally touched his reverse scale. For the next 2 days, Gu Shu became very busy. He was nowhere to be seen all day. Meanwhile, rumors of leader Huo Tian's past crimes spread everywhere in the base, including maliciously imprisoning experts, seizing other supplies by despicable means, being inhumane and bloodthirsty, and forcing people to fight to the death in an arena under his house. Even petty crimes like treating subordinates as subhuman and deducting wages were listed. Then news broke that his many injustices had led to his downfall. His subordinates finally rebelled, releasing all the prisoners and emptying the armory. He himself was attacked, leaving him half-paralyzed and delirious. Zhuge Yunma, cured by Bian Changxi, counterattacked aggressively as expected. The people Huo Tian had swayed from him weren't 100% loyal to begin with. Once the old commander stepped out to incite them, they immediately defected back. There were others too. After all, he once had over 300,000 people under him, only forcibly dispersed by Huo Tian. Once Zhuge Yunma moved, Zhuge Qin couldn't sit still either. He spread rumors everywhere that Zhuge Yunma wouldn't leave long, and had become Huo Tian's running dog. There were still quite a few people in the army willing to follow him. He also recruited heavily. With a large amount of weapons sponsored by Gu Shu, mostly weapons that originally belonged to their unit, he had plenty of resources, and people were willing to join him for that. In contrast, Zhuge Yunma's weapons had long been confiscated by Huo Tian and then taken away by Bian Changxi. So while he had many men, he was extremely short on equipment. As for Huo Tian, his image was negative to the extreme. Zhuge Yunma was undermining him, and his chief steward, the base's second in command, rebelled the next day under the banner of justice. Plus, Huo Tian was already unpopular. Now that he had lost the armory, and his body was indeed suffering from the aftereffects of the interrogation potion, his organization was a mess. Thus, for a short time, it was indeed a three-way standoff. Gu Shu only did the initial rumor-mongering and then let go. On the other side, he encouraged civilian forces to resist Huo Tian. Or rather, to resist those who already held power. The world had been reshuffled. Anyone could rise to the top. Why should those people be high above while they could only be enslaved, ordered around, and trampled underfoot? Holding such thoughts, people were unwilling to accept their current mediocre and impoverished lives. The most active among them were those who had escaped from under the bunker. Under the banner of revenge, they easily united and recruited others, quickly gaining scale. Superficially, they were causing trouble for Huo Tian, but in reality, they wanted to grab a piece of the pie amidst the chaos. Base number 7 became a foul atmosphere of smoke and miasma. Many outsiders arrived at the base every day. With no one maintaining order, it immediately became more chaotic. The more rules disappeared, the more the bottom-tier people suffered. So they hoped for protection even more, rushing to join various factions. Thus, the process of dividing power accelerated. Gushu and Bian Changxi left on the third day. No one gave them a second glance as they walked on the street. Coming out smoothly, Bian Changxi felt a bit dazed. Looking at the smoky base and the smashed cheese eye statue, she hadn't expected to turn this place into this. In her previous leaf, the most successful and biggest thing she did was build a second-tier base with Ju UNHWA and others, which took 3 or 4 years. To turn a base upside down in a few days without a single act of war felt inconceivable, even if the base itself was unstable. Thinking about it now, how it all happened felt a bit blurry. To put it bluntly, even with 7 extra years of experience, what one gains depends on the person. An old man in the countryside who has lived a leaf a time might not have as much insight and vision as a 10-year-old child from a high-ranking family. Rebirth didn't mean becoming invincible immediately or being able to see through everything and handle it calmly tersi. As someone who was raised as a pampered young lady before the apocalypse, drifted along for several years, and then merely struggled to survive while hiding in her own little world without truly seeing the world, Bian Changxi's perspective was, after all, a bit narrow. Gushu asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" Bian Changxi looked up. Through those ink-black, gentle eyes, for a moment she seemed to see him from her previous leaf, that cold, ruthless man who acted without turning back. There were too many rumors about him. Regardless of the starting point, a story inevitably became distorted after traveling 1,000 miles. So people only saw his arbitrary and cold surface, only saw the result of him being warlike and invincible. In that era, the name Gushu represented power, but also terror and fear. She shuddered involuntarily. Gushu's gaze darkened. "Do you think I went too far?" Bian Changxi paused, then shook her head hurriedly. "No, number Huo Tian brought it on himself. Others are ambitious, and this place was problematic to begin with. A riot would have happened sooner or later. This way, it just reorganizes faster." Actually, she preferred seeing him be colder and more ruthless to others. Being a model citizen wasn't popular in the apocalypse. Worrying about this and that to avoid hurting others, ending up constrained and losing opportunities, treating others well while mistreating oneself. She would think such a person had brain damage. Of course, that kind of person wouldn't leave long either. Gushu wasn't that stupid, but compared to many, he did carry more burdens and principles. Bian Changxi privately felt a bit happy about the current change. But she shook her head. "I must be overthinking it. It's the same person. Feeling a resemblance is only natural, right?" She said, "Let's go quickly. We've been delayed for several days." Gushu looked at her a few times, but didn't say anything more. After that, they became more cautious. Even if they encountered various bases, camps, or survivor teams on the road, they avoided contact whenever possible. At most, they asked for some news to understand what was happening elsewhere under the same sky. The closer they got to the north, the louder the reputation of the capital base became. How much did it cost to enter the capital base? What were the price levels inside? How did people leave? Would the military and government take care of so many survivors' leaves? Were the rulers benevolent or tyrannical? After entering, what did one need to rely on? Was the capital base truly the largest and most secure base in HW Asia, as the propaganda claimed? They heard these questions all along the way, but there wasn't much useful information. They only knew the current ruler of the capital base was named Ye Yingke, known as Marshal Yi or Grand Leader Yi. As for the second and third in command, there were many names. Some said this one was good, some said that one was strong. Some said this one led many troops, some said that one managed which department. No one could give a clear explanation. Trying to understand the situation inside the capital city, relying on these rumors and grapevine news, was almost impossible. Who is Ye Yingke? In her previous leaf, the nominal boss of the capital was Ye Yingke. However, after the power shifts later on, Bian Changxi knew this Ye Yingke was just a mascot pushed onto the stage by the big shots. He had no real power. The true power holders were not just one person. It was said there were more than 10. It was just that compared to the Sioux City base, the capital cared more about image and knew how to cover up better. Even if they fought to the death in secret and no one submitted to anyone, on the surface, the capital was the most stable and bright place in the country, a pilgrimage site for survivors, a symbol that would never perish in the apocalypse. However, although she knew this, she was clueless about who Ye Yinka specifically was, or who the other power sharers were, their backgrounds and relationships. Gu Shu, sleeves rolled up and barefoot, diligently tilling the land, said without looking up, simply put, he is a soldier with a civilian background. He has good looks and a good voice, excellent eloquence and quick thinking. He used to do a lot of diplomatic work and often appeared at press conferences. His image in the public's mind is bright and reliable. He dug the last pit and walked back to the wooden house. But he has never been on the battlefield, and his ancestors have no background. So he has no soldiers and no power in his hands, and his status in the circle is not high. We can plant now. Bian Changxi brought out bundles of saplings from the warehouse. Some were bought long ago, some collected over time, and some dug up on this journey. They were all trees with economic benefits, or with particularly high-quality wood, or those that could bear delicious fruit, or seeds that could be pressed for oil trees where every part was a treasure. Their sapling resources were limited now, so they just planted whatever they could get their hands on. Having swindled over 1,000 Tier 3 crystal nuclei from Juga Yunma and Huo Tian, and with Gu Shu and her diligently fighting monsters to harvest cores, the farm had now fully recovered and even surpassed its previous state. The time ratio was now 3.2 to 1, inside versus outside. So, with more than 3 mu of black soil alone, equivalent to over 2,000 square meters, leaving it empty would be a waste. After discussing it, the two decided to plant grain and trees. 1 day outside was 3 days inside. This way, working a bit longer inside wouldn't delay them. Planting a day earlier meant harvesting a day earlier. Although Bian Changxi had gathered a lot of supplies before, most were construction, transport, or combat materials. While there was a lot of food, the two calculated that with 300,000 people as a sample, it would only support them for about half a month. After running the numbers, Bian Changxi, who originally felt wealthy, developed a sense of crisis. Thus, she quickly transformed into a farmer, having intimate contact with the fertile earth every day. Bian Changxi held the saplings, while Gu Shu filled the pits. Although it wasn't an instant process for two ability users, their speed was incredibly fast. Doing this was practically resting for them. She worked and asked, so is he really just a front? But even if he has no power or influence, he must have a leaning, right? Which people does he benefit on the surface? What about your chief? Ye Yinka is relatively smooth. He won't offend anyone, nor will he be particularly close to anyone. He smiles at everyone at work, but I haven't heard of him having a close personal relationship with anyone. As for the chief, Gu Shu stopped his hands. He remembered that the two used to have a good relationship. Ye Yinka's remarkable achievements seemed to be partly due to the chief's appreciation. Gu Shu's cultural classes during training back then were taught by Ye Yinka, whom the chief had personally called to invite. But later, for some reason, their interactions faded. So what should he say? Bian Changxi saw his expression and knew he was worried. She comforted him, don't worry too much. Isn't your chief on the list of big shots? At least he's fine for now. And Gu Shu nodded and continued his work. Seeing the 3 mu of land planted, Bian Changxi felt a strange satisfaction. This was something she didn't feel when working silently alone before, a weirdly warm feeling of men plow and women weave. On the opposite bank, Gu Shu was moving the lambs that were harassing the ducks further away, soothing the overly excited new hunting dogs, patting the mother leopard he caught from the mountains, who now guarded her cubs tightly and eyed other animals aggressively, and finding the quirky long-tailed squirrel hiding in the few large transplanted trees. If there was anything that Bian Changxi found awkward and surprising, it was that Gu Shu seemed to really like catching animals. Along the way, he caught all kinds of animals and put them in the pasture. He also set up big trees, placed rocks, dug a small stream, and built shelters and fences. While Bian Changxi was sleeping, he was busy with this. Now, looking at the pasture, Bian Changxi felt like she was looking at a zoo. Miraculously, the animals he brought in were all very lively and formidable. Even a lizard changed colors faster, more frequently, and more complexly than other lizards. Was he trying to create an animal army? Touching the neck of Milk, who looked disdainful and rolled his eyes, Gu Shu instructed him to look after the animals. His serious and earnest expression looked like he was instructing a little nanny. It was extremely comical. Then he said, "Let's go out." "Let's go out." When they came out, it was just after dawn, the moment when the eastern sky was radiant with light. They appeared in a car hidden by wild grass in the wilderness. Beside them was a highway. There were already some cars on the road, some tattered and dusty, others clean and imposing. Ahead was a toll station. In front of the station were strict roadblocks. Vehicles leaned up before the roadblocks, just like paying tolls before the apocalypse, being inspected one by one before passing. The old large characters above the toll station had been removed. Now 4 words hung there. Capital Base. Past this toll station was the territory of the capital base. Bian Changxi couldn't help but sigh. What a place, what a facade. Previously, any base had a city wall and gate right next to the leaving area. But here, the center of the capital hadn't even been seen yet. The prosperous, square metropolis was blocked behind continuous mountains. Yet at this toll station on such a distant edge, it was already the outer entrance of the base. Other bases mostly gave the impression of refugees gathering to moodle through hard times, like a tightly sealed iron box with people inside and monsters outside. But here, it was as if the disaster had never happened. This vast, loose place still maintained the regulations and systems from before the apocalypse. Of course, if not for the military array inside and outside, left and right of the toll station, and the fierce soldiers on the electric fence raising guns in shooting preparation, this feeling would have been even stronger. Gu Shu started the car, drove onto the highway, and joined the queue. He used the disguise artifact to change his appearance. Now he wore the face of an ordinary, plain man. Bian Changxi's hair, which had grown almost to her shoulders, was loose. She wore a tattered hat, and her face was covered in makeup that looked like dirt, making her appear unclean. Her clothing style had also changed, and her expression was numb and shrinking. Even acquaintances would have a hard time recognizing her. Even the car they sat in was an old one with missing parts, a fallen license plate, and smashed headlights. Once in the queue, it was no different from the vehicles in front, behind, left, or right. Moving forward slowly, it was their turn. Armed soldiers came up and demanded they get out. One checked the vehicle, while a man and a woman performed a symbolic body search. They found guns on them and a katana on Bian Changxi, then returned them. The woman said stiffly and formulaically, "Because terrorists have been rampant recently, we must ensure you don't have weapons of mass destruction on you during the inspection. Please understand." Then she asked them to walk through the security gate nearby. The so-called security gate wasn't a metal detector, but another kind of instrument. Bian Changxi looked up. An instrument for testing abilities, an ability scanner. The capital still had many R&D talents. Gu Shu walked through first. The instrument beeped 4 times, and the indicator light turned red. When Bian Changxi walked through, it beeped twice, and the indicator light turned blue. Tier 4 fire and Tier 2 water. That's a pretty good combination. The lady behind the computer took a look, her fingers typing rapidly on the keyboard. Then the machine spat out a slip of paper. She tore it off like a shopping receipt and handed it to a person beside her. That person said to Gu Shu and Bian Changxi, "Please follow me." Behind several desks sat various people. At one of the desks sat two people chatting quite leisurely. The one leading the conversation was a man even more beautiful than a woman, yet not in an effeminate way. He had a certain flair that attracted the gazes of many newly arrived survivors. Gu Shu and Bian Changxi were led to that table. Gu Shu's pupils contracted slightly. Without showing any emotion, he sat down with Bian Changxi. The two stopped talking. The beautiful man asked names. Jianghai Jiangyue. Gu Shu's voice had also changed. That artifact was very effective. The disguise was a full package, even altering height and body shape slightly. The other party typed into the computer. The beautiful man asking questions suddenly stared at the two of them. "Siblings. We are orphans who grew up in the same place, so we have the same surname." "Oh, where did you come from?" "Yang County." "Yang County and Huo City." "I heard the government there had no authority and fell into chaos as soon as the virus broke out. Huo City is backward too. You must have suffered a lot escaping here, right?" Gu Shu glanced at him, then lowered his head again, looking very silent, rigid, and even a bit numb. "We originally had a team, but they all died. We followed a few teams, and it was always like that." "Why?" "Because there were too many zombies." The person inputting data looked up strangely. "Was the boss talking too much today?" "It was just a place of origin. It was only for statistical purposes to know how many people came from where. Even if the arrivals led, there was no way to verify it, including names and identities. They were just asking as a formality." The beautiful man smiled and looked at the small slip of paper. Tier 4 fire and Tier 2 water. One strong offense, one the second most important support element, second only to wood. Your combination is quite good. If not for that, they wouldn't have survived. The man looked up and asked, "Can you show me your abilities?" As he spoke, he had already launched an ice shield. Gu Shu kicked off the ground, retreating chair and all, and threw a bright red fireball. The ice shield shattered into pieces. Bian Changxi could have dodged, but she forced herself not to move. She was grazed by a bit of the ice shield and fell from her chair with a grunt of pain. The noise startled the others. People looked over in surprise. Gu Shu helped Bian Changxi up and glared at the beautiful man. The man raised his hand and smiled. Sorry. I didn't notice this lady." Ability assessment passed. "It is Tier 4 fire. Issue the cards." The data entry person operated quickly, and the machine spat out 2 gray cards. The beautiful man said, "This is the most basic magnetic card. Anyone who passes the toll station and hands over 5 kilograms of grain can get one. When you reach the inner city, you will encounter another checkpoint. There, based on the amount of supplies you donate or the level of your strength, you will be given cards of different colors. That directly determines your future status in the capital base. You can consider joining the Red Flag Hunting Regiment. I am the commander. The regiment is always in need of people like you." Gu Shu took the cards, looked at him and said, "We will consider it." The other party didn't say anything more. With the capital base's depth and population, they naturally wouldn't be leak base number 7, thinking if I can't own them, I'll destroy them whenever they saw someone capable. However, he stared at Bian Changxi and asked, "Miss, if I may ask, since you are a water elementalist, why keep yourself so dusty? Wouldn't it be more comfortable to clean up?" Bian Changxi looked at him woodenly. "If you've had the experience of washing yourself clean only to be targeted by a pack of hungry wolves, you wouldn't think that way." He realized. "Apologies." Bian Changxi followed Gu Shu to pay the grain. After paying the basic toll, the two retrieved their car. Watching them drive away, the data entry person whispered, "Boss, was something wrong?" Zhu Yi shook his head, a trace of inscrutability in his eyes. just a strange feeling. It felt like someone he knew. Moreover, the aura the two gave him was a bit off, but he couldn't say exactly where. However, according to the data, although that person was also a fire elementalist, it shouldn't be like this, right? Inside the car, Bian Changxi watched the rearview mirror until the people were out of sight before letting out a breath. Concealing strength required suppressing the energy in her body, but changing her ability to fake a water element was even more complex. She felt like she was twisting herself into a knot. It was very strenuous. Plus, she had to shield the farm with her mental power at the same time. If her mental power hadn't increased recently, she definitely couldn't have done it. Only then did she ask Gu Shu what was with that guy just now. Gu Shu didn't have Bian Changxi's exceptionally fine control over abilities, but forcing his mutated fire back into ordinary fire also took a lot of energy. Because his lightning-adjacent ability was too rare, and the blue-purple flames were even more bizarre, and since people from base number 7 might have already arrived in the capital, risking exposure wasn't worth it. It was better to just pretend to be a relatively ordinary fire type. Driving the car, he said, "I know him, and he knows me." His name is Zhu Ye. He is the eldest grandson of Zhu Chikai, Elder Zhu. Elder Zhu is one of the so-called 8 big shots. Although Zhu Yi has a very powerful background, he is adventurous by nature. He'd rather travel the world as a mercenary in the most dangerous places than inherit Elder Zhu's mantle, Gu Shu said. "I haven't had much contact with him. He is not a simple person." Through the information collected along the road, Gu Shu's analysis, and his prior knowledge, he had given Bian Changxi a crash course. So now, Bian Changxi had a basic understanding of the capital's administrative system, which was deeper than in her previous leaf. Although the capital base currently had over a dozen factions fighting for dominance, only 8 had true strength and could enter the core. Among them were the great clans, red families that had been pivotal since the founding of HW Asia. There were 3 such families, and the Zhu family was one of them. Bian Changxi didn't care to memorize the specific backgrounds, just the existence and key figures. Then there were those who weren't from aristocratic families or didn't have such powerful family backgrounds, but held heavy military power from before the apocalypse to the present, forming interest groups that could rival the 3 families above. There were 2 of these. One of them was Gu Shu's legendary chief. The name Marshal Fu Qingsong was very resounding. Many people outside the capital knew it. But exactly how resounding, and how much weight he carried in the entire arena, could only be understood after entering the inner city. Besides these, there were 3 others. One was the former government. Unlike the marshals and generals, they didn't have direct control over the army, but they did have extremely high authority. Their administrative system was very complete, directly managing the entire city. Without the original government's overall management, the city would easily fall into chaos, and people's lives couldn't be guaranteed. So the entire original government became one of the 8 big shots, renamed the HW Asia Apocalypse Capital Base Governance Committee. The former national leaders were basically all in it. But because a country had shrunk into a city like the capital, many departments were abolished, and the corresponding leaders became idlers, retaining only their authority and honor. The representative of the committee was said to be the number 1 Ye Yingke. But those in the know understood that Ye Yingke was just a mascot. This was likely the result of negotiations and agreements between the various factions. The remaining 2 came from the private sector. They were basically alliances of various hunting regiments, hunting teams, self-governance committees, and mercenary guilds. Specific details couldn't be found yet. The friend or foe relationships between the various factions were also quite blurry. Under Gu Shu's strange gaze, Bian Changxi took out a notebook and wrote everything down one by one, with text and diagrams. She felt like she had truly been a frog in a well in her previous leaf. In her previous leaf, whether inside the capital or after leaving to build her own base, the movements and news of the capital were always a concern for everyone. UNHWA base had sent many people to collect information. But being outsiders, it was always hard to gauge the depth of the water. Thus, although Bian Changxi knew that those pushed to the front were basically puppets, she was completely in the dark about who the real manipulators were. Back then, when Zhu UNHWA wanted to build good relations with the powerful figures in the capital, he either had no way to start or found the wrong people. It wasn't until 2 or 3 years later, shortly after the UNHWA base was fully established, that the Tungyang base emerged out of nowhere. The many factions of the past dissipated leak-passing clouds. But by then, under Gu Shu's high pressure, no one could even think of extending a hand into Tungyang. Now that the future boss was sitting right beside her, Bian Changxi naturally didn't need to spend effort on taking sides or messy things like that. But knowing nothing felt like having a piece of frosted glass in front of her eyes. It was uncomfortable. Like a grudge, or perhaps feeling that these interest groups might become Gu Shu's enemies in the future, she began to seriously record every bit of information she knew. Gu Shu found it both funny and helpless. At this moment, when Gu Shu mentioned Zhu Ye, Bian Changxi could immediately place him. Then she realized this Zhu Ye was impressive. A princeling-like existence, but from what he said, he seemed to be running a hunting regiment. Meeting such a character, as soon as they entered, really gave the impression that the capital was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. That Zhu Yi should be a Tier 4 ice elementalist, right? Theoretically, one could conceal their strength and see through the strength of those weaker than themselves. Especially since Bian Changxi was a psychic elementalist and had such concepts in her mind, so even though Zhu Yi only used part of his strength just now, he had already exposed himself. Bian Changxi searched her mind, but couldn't find any information on this person. It must have been too long ago. The impression had faded. Do you think he recognized you? Gu Shu also considered this question. Probably not. Although we know each other, we aren't familiar. After driving in from the toll station, they were on a 2-lane highway flanked by plains dotted with houses and buildings, all framed by low mountains in the distance. This was the outer city of the capital base. It had no thick defensive walls, no powerful military garrison, and no bustling trading market for supplies. Anyone who paid the toll could settle here. At the same time, there was no strict management, no rigid rules to follow, and none of the exorbitant housing and commodity prices of the inner city. So, despite being underdeveloped and unsafe, many people chose to leave here. However, Bian Changxi knew that people from humble backgrounds with ambition or drive would typically choose to stay in the outer city for a while. First, to understand the current situation in the capital. Second, to accumulate capital by hunting monsters and completing missions. Third, to find like-minded and capable companions, ideally forming some kind of organization, big or small. Only after building up some influence and momentum would they enter the inner city. This would give them a better, higher starting point. If one entered the inner city with nothing and knowing nothing, like a beggar, they would not only feel out of place everywhere, but also leave an impression of incompetence and low status on anyone they met. This would be detrimental to their future development. At the very least, they wouldn't even have the money for a place to sleep. The outer city was chaotic and poor, but it had fewer rules. As long as you didn't commit arson or murder, no one would bother you. Entry and exit were free, and there were many small, shady factions. If all else failed, the land was vast, making it convenient to grow some crops. The inner city had its opportunities, and the outer city had its own. Knowing this, she had suggested that Gu Shu stay in the outer city for a while to get a clear picture of the situation. They needed to find out if the Jiang City group had arrived and where they had gone, whether his commander was in any danger, and if there was anything that needed to be done but couldn't be for certain reasons. Only by figuring these things out could they decide on their next step. After the experience at base number 7 and encountering someone as unhinged as Huo Tian, Gu Shu had become much more vigilant. He was no longer as eager to rush into the capital to see his superior. Lying low in the outer city, where he could advance or retreat as needed, suited him perfectly. With that decided, after driving for a while, Gu Shu turned the car onto a side road. They followed a winding, elevated highway down an exit ramp, leaving the main road and entering a residential area. These houses and roads had existed before the apocalypse. Later, more buildings had been added, and after entering, it felt no different from a small town or community before the end of the world. Perhaps because people arrived daily, the residents in the houses along the road were completely numb to the sight of their vehicle. They barely gave it a second glance. Only a skinny old man, who had been squatting by a low stone house happily chatting with someone, shot up, wiped his mouth, and ambled over with a grin. "You two just arrived." Well, welcome. Once you're here, we're all family. Are you planning to stay long-term or just for a short rest? Looking to rent a house or stay in a hotel? Need information or directions? Want to buy something or get a meal? It's not me bragging, but we have all sorts of services here. Absolutely the most thorough and complete in this area, and the prices are cheap too. The old man spoke with a sleek out-of-town accent, his attitude exceedingly enthusiastic. Gu Shu looked at him from the car window. "Sir, you are." "Oh my. Look at my brain, I forgot to, introduce myself. My surname is Neo. You two can call me Old Nio. I'm an officer of this district's self-governance committee. Every day I wait here to welcome newcomers, act as their agent, find them housing, and so on. Don't mind my shabby clothes. I'm not a swindler." He pulled a blue tag from around his neck, on which was written, "Capital Base Outer City District 11 Self-Governance Committee Officer, Nio Chenglong Work Permit." He added, look, I have credentials and there's even a photo on it." Gu Shu glanced at it. "So, if we don't understand something or need anything after arriving, we should look for you." "That's right. That's exactly it. All right, Old Nio, please help us find a house first. We're completely lost right now, and we'll be staying here for the time being. We can talk about other things later." Right. Nio Chenglong was so happy his eyes crinkled into slits. This is the smartest way to do it. Let me tell you, every day there are people out there promoting how wonderful the inner city is, saying the streets are paved with gold, as if you can just lay back and enjoy life without working once you get in. So, lots of people rush to the inner city as soon as they arrive. And what happens? They get scammed to death. He leaned closer to the car, lowering his voice conspiratorially. At the end of last year, the Thunderbolt gang won the bid for the management rights of the Vermilion Bird Gate, which is the main gate to the inner city from our side. Then they started charging exorbitant fees at the gate, and the committee doesn't even care. Everyone has to pay 20 kilograms of rice to get in. My goodness, that's half a month's rations for a strong young man like you. Right, park the car here first. We'll go look at houses on foot." Bian Changxi stole a glance at Gu Shu's physique. He was definitely lean and well-built, but a strong young man. Why did she feel an urge to laugh? She struggled to suppress the corner of her mouth, lowering her head and getting out of the car with a deadpan expression. Gu Shu looked at her quizzically, then walked and talked with Nio Chenglong. The right to charge fees at the city gate is obtained through a public bid. Well, who knows why? Nio Chenglong might have known if they truly delved into it, but he seemed a bit afraid to speak. Anyway, they're just black-hearted. I heard the Thunderbolt gang, or one of their affiliate gangs, also runs a loan sharking operation by the gate. They lend rice to people first. Even if those people are dirt poor, they think the government will still take care of them, so they borrow it. Then they get inside with no money and no food, no place to leave, nothing to wear. What can they do? And the loan sharks come looking for you. So what happens in the end? They sell themselves, of course. What those people want is you. If you're a man, you sell your labor. If you're a woman, he subconsciously glanced at the silent Bian Changxi, you do. That kind of work. I mean, what kind of world is this? Everyone has gone through so much to get here. Oh right, he slapped his forehead. I've been rambling on. I haven't even asked what kind of house you're looking for. Gushu asked, what kinds of houses are there? Plenty. Look over there, single-family homes with their own courtyards. You can plant whatever you want in the yard. Those are expensive. Niao Chenglong pointed to a row of well-decorated and stylish two-story Western-style houses. Those are the most expensive, costing several hundred capital coins a day. Usually, a wealthy team will pool their money to rent one. As for those wooden houses, they're cheap because they're not sturdy, less than 100 a day. By the way, do you know about capital coins? Bian Changxi looked speechlessly at the somewhat unreliable old man. She knew about capital coins, but most newcomers probably didn't. Seeing their blank expressions, he immediately explained, one capital coin is one tier 1 white crystal nucleus. If you want to spend money here in the outer city, it's best to use crystal nuclei directly, because people come and go all the time and they only trust crystal nuclei. But once you get to the inner city, you have to exchange them for capital coins at a designated place before you can spend them. Otherwise, you'll be treated like a country bumpkin, and people will look down on you. Old Nio, may I ask, how much is one capital coin worth? Nio Chenglong's wrinkled, chrysanthemum-like face broke into a smile, as if proud of knowing so much. Let's put it this way, the price of rice was raised recently. Now it's 3.5 capital coins for half a kilogram of rice. Water is a bit cheaper, and meat is 1 or 2 times more expensive. A couple of days ago, some department or other released a figure saying the average daily wage in the inner city is 32 or maybe 3 capital coins. But whether that's reliable, this old man doesn't know. Gu Shu frowned slightly and exchanged a look with Bian Changxi. Not dwelling on the topic for now, Gu Shu said to Niao Chenglong, there are just 2 of us, and we don't have much savings. We can't afford a house that's too expensive. Could you show us some other options, sir? Niao Chenglong wasn't surprised, still smiling amiably. He had seen that their car was dirty and old, the back seat piled high with belongings, their clothes were worn, and their complexions were sallow. He knew they weren't rich. Of course, they looked strong and energetic, and spoke clearly and loudly, so he also knew they weren't incompetent people who would starve. They were probably mid-tier survivors. Plus, being new to the capital, they would definitely want to be frugal. He quickly sized them up. Come with me. Are you 2 looking for 1 room or 2? Gushu glanced at Bian Changxi. 1 room should be fine. This had already been agreed upon. This place was full of all sorts of shady characters. He wouldn't feel safe if they lived separately. Besides, they could enter the farm at night, and having 2 rooms would be inconvenient. Oh, I see, a couple then. We have a few buildings here that used to be factory dormitories. The rooms are a decent size, and each has its own entrance, unlike those uncomfortable open dormitories. That's why they're the most popular. Look, this building is in the best condition. The beds and tables inside are new, and it's south-facing, so you can air out clothes and quilts on the balcony. The 3 of them went upstairs and opened the door to a room at the very end of the 4th floor. The space was about 5 by 3 meters, containing a bed, a table, an open wardrobe, and a few chairs and stools scattered about. The white floor tiles were covered in a layer of dust and various kinds of trash. The bathroom was filthy and smelled awful. However, the view from the balcony was open and wide. When the door was opened, a breeze blew through, ventilating the entire room. This used to be for people like factory managers, a 2-person room. But now that supplies are so valuable, one of every pair of things has been taken away. And the residents in this building are all households of 1, 2, or 3 people, so it's quieter than other places. What do you think? Is it acceptable? Gu Shu promptly went with Niao Chenglong to pay the rent. It was 25 capital coins a day. He paid for 5 days in advance and gave Niao Chenglong another 3 capital coins as a thank you for all the information. This was Niao Chenglong's first income of the morning. He could do this kind of thing a dozen times a day. It was easy and required no capital, so even though the amount was small, he left with a smile, saying they could find him again if they needed help in the future. Meanwhile, Bian Changxi tidied up the room a bit. She locked the bathroom door since it was unusable, moved the dirty cabinet to the balcony, and wiped down the bed, table, floor, door, and windows. After all, even if they were going to stay in the farm, they still had to leave here. Just as she was about to finish cleaning, there was a knock on the door. She thought it was Gu Shu, but was surprised to find a young woman with a somewhat reserved expression standing at the door. I saw the door was open, so I came to have a look. My family lives 2 doors down. Bian Changxi nodded. A neighbor. Hello. You're new here, miss. I just saw a man go out with old Niao. Are you 2 together? That's my boyfriend. Hee, your boyfriend is so tall and strong. He must be a very capable person. She looked at the room with some envy. To be able to afford a place like this for you, you're a lucky woman. Bian Changxi was a little speechless. This is considered lucky. If I told her about the villa I used to live in, would that be considered a godlike existence? Besides, didn't this woman and her family live here too? Why did she seem so envious? Seeing that Bian Changxi wasn't very talkative and seemed a bit guarded, and with her disheveled hair obscuring her face, the woman made a few more attempts at small talk before leaving dejectedly. Just as she was leaving, she ran into Gu Shu returning, carrying 2 large bags. Gu Shu asked who was that. Our new neighbor. She seems a bit strange, Bian Changxi said. She considered using her mental power to check the situation in the woman's room, but decided against it. It was common for people to probe each other. There were many people like Huo Tian who preyed on the wealthy, and it wasn't necessarily malicious. In these times, people were full of suspicion. Even if you had no intention of harming others, you had to be on guard. It was normal to want to figure out what kind of people the newcomers were, whether they were strong or weak. Besides, she didn't sense any ill will from the woman. She watched Gu Shu, one bag slung over his shoulder and another in his hand, his altered face looking remarkably simple and down-to-earth. She couldn't help but smile. Did you bring everything from the car? To pretend they didn't have a storage space, they had been carrying large and small bags for a while now, truly experiencing the profound hardship and helplessness of not having a space-type ability or item. There's still some food. I need to make one more trip. And the car has to be parked in a designated spot. It's 5 capital coins a day for someone to watch it. Unattended parking is free, but it's likely to get stolen. Which one should we choose? I think we need to drive around and buy some daily necessities. Such as a stove, gas, pots, bowls, things like that. If we come here and don't buy anything, people will get suspicious, right? Come and help me. Bian Changxi spread the cotton quilt, which had finally become wrinkled and looked cheap after being slept on and compressed for days, over the balcony railing. There wasn't much sun at the moment, but the breeze was nice. Then she shouldered her somewhat dirty black sports bag and pulled Gu Shu out the door. Let's go shopping. The morning passed with Bian Changxi shopping, mainly to chat with the people around and gather information. After a simple lunch, Gu Shu went alone to the Vermilion Bird Gate to inquire about the information he needed. If things went smoothly, he might even go in to secretly meet his commander. Since Bian Changxi was still using her own face, she didn't go with him. She was worried about being recognized. She had originally wanted to travel separately from Gu Shu, a man and a woman, with the woman looking like her. Anyone who knew them could probably guess who the man was, but Gu Shu had disagreed. She was alone, cleaning the rusty stainless steel pots and bowls they had bought. Just as she was idly considering whether to enter the farm, she suddenly heard a commotion downstairs and ran to the balcony to look. A group of men in dirty, worn-out clothes had gathered in the open space below, holding tools like shovels and hammers as they slowly headed towards the distance. In the distance were the mountains that encircled the small plain. Bian Changxi understood what these men were going to do. The people here were resourceful. With the mountains right next to them, home to mutant beasts, they had set up rows upon rows of traps, electric fences, and warning systems on the mountains and at their base to ensure the safety of the area. Large-scale mutant beast attacks were not unheard of, but they would usually get a warning beforehand, and the Self-Governance Committee, the main committee, and the army would immediately organize people to fight back. Those traps and other devices required manual labor to build and maintain. The Thunderbolt gang that forced people into indentured servitude would send some of their victims here, renting them out leak goods to the Self-Governance Committee. That was one of the better outcomes. For construction groups that won bids to contract these projects, they treated the laborers as less than human. The clashes between various interest groups, the underlying bureaucracy, the mutual protection between superiors and subordinates, the lack of transparency in the system. Many decisions were the result of compromises and reconciliations after power struggles. Add to that the terrifyingly high prices, and it seemed that while this place was large and orderly, maintained by the state apparatus, the lives of the common people in the capital base were probably much worse than in other places. The men below were not forced laborers, but residents. Men without abilities, combat skills, or those who were older would generally choose to do manual labor, earning money with their strength. Suddenly, she heard sobbing. Bian Changxi turned her head and saw the woman who had come to greet her earlier on a balcony 2 rooms away, holding a child and waving to the men below. A man in the group below waved back reluctantly. Even after the group had gone far, the woman remained there in a daze. She suddenly noticed Bian Changxi, wiped her tears in embarrassment, and took her child back inside. Bian Changxi found it very strange. How could someone who needed to do such a miserable job afford a room that cost 25 capital coins a day? A short while later, the woman actually came over. "Miss, you're alone too. My husband isn't here, and my son and I are feeling very anxious at home. I thought I'd come over to talk." Bian Changxi frowned and was about to refuse, but seeing the woman's red eyes, frightened face, and the 3- or 4-year-old boy clutching his mother's pants and looking over timidly, she let them in. The woman came in with her child and asked about Gushu. Bian Changxi told her truthfully that he had gone to the Vermilion Bird gate to check things out. The woman said, "He's a capable man. And you, miss, I can tell you're very assertive and confident. I'm not good at much else, but I'm a good judge of character." Then she fell silent, sitting there in a daze, seemingly struggling with something. The child nestled in her arms, his eyes timid but bright, darting around. His little hands twisted and untwisted the corner of his clothes. His shyness wasn't the annoying or laughable kind. It was mixed with curiosity and thoughtfulness. His eyes were bright, with the unique, endearing quality of a young child, and he looked very well-behaved and well-raised. Bian Changxi had nothing to do anyway and had to maintain a stoic appearance, so this silent standoff was extremely strange. She looked at the child and found him quite interesting, so she rummaged through her bag and pulled out a chocolate bar and 2 candies for him. "Oh, I couldn't possibly accept this." "It's fine, take it. We don't really eat them anyway." Bian Changxi glanced at her. This woman was probably in some kind of trouble, so much so that she wanted to ask for help the moment she saw a capable person. But her problem must be serious, otherwise she wouldn't be hesitating and unable to speak. Bian Changxi admitted to herself that she wasn't a good person. If the woman didn't say anything, she wouldn't be the kind, meddling type to ask. Bian Changxi stuffed the snacks into the child's hands and happened to see that his fingers were red and swollen, and his palms had cuts like they'd been sliced by a knife. Her gaze towards the woman instantly changed. Just as her face darkened, the woman gritted her teeth as if she had made a decision and suddenly knelt down. "Miss, I'm truly at my wit's end. My husband has been looking for work everywhere day and night. He hasn't slept properly in days. Just now, he went to risk his life again for a few capital coins. People die every time they set up those traps. I stay at home with our son and work too, sharpening bamboo for traps, twisting ropes, mending clothes, cleaning. We do anything that can earn money. We're working ourselves to death, but it's no use. The deadline is tomorrow, and we really don't know what to do." Bian Changxi frowned, stood up, and took 2 steps back. "You're short on money. We weren't before. My husband's ancestors were hunters, and he's very good at finding prey. In our old team, although we didn't have mooch status, we could at least get by. When the leader was happy, he'd give us a couple of crystal nuclei. We managed to save a little money that way, but the woman's face filled with painful memories, we took out a high-interest loan." Bian Changxi understood immediately. "The one in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate." The woman nodded. "So what?" Although they were scammed, they weren't deceived or robbed. After all, they had agreed to borrow the money. Bian Changxi felt that people who fell for such traps were ultimately too impatient and foolish, not knowing to take a step back and assess the situation. They either relied too much on government help or were baselessly confident they could earn the money back quickly. While being forced into labor or selling oneself was tragic, it wasn't entirely worthy of sympathy. Besides, Bian Changxi thought with a hardened heart, it's not like their family is the only one in this situation. Is it really so bad that they can't go on leaving? The woman quickly said, "It's our fault, but if our team leader hadn't tricked us, we—" "All right, stop talking. You should go. I don't meddle in other people's business, and I can't help you anyway. No, please save us. It would be one thing if they wanted my husband and me to work like slaves, but they want Huo Tian." The woman cried out urgently. "Huo Tian." Bian Changxi looked at the well-behaved, quiet child and finally showed a reaction. "What's going on?" From the woman's story, Bian Changxi learned the whole situation and realized it wasn't as simple as she had imagined. This was what happened. The family of 3 had been leaving a decent life in a small survivor team of a few dozen people, thanks to the husband's hunting skills. After arriving at the capital base's outer city, the team leader was unwilling to cover the fees for other team members to enter the inner city, so the team naturally disbanded. The woman's family had only managed to save a few crystal nuclei from the occasional rewards when the leader was in a good mood, so they certainly didn't have the money to enter the inner city. They rented a piece of land in the outer city for 1 capital coin every 2 days, set up a tent, and began their difficult life. Life was hard and seemingly without end or hope, but it was at least peaceful. Then one day, their former team leader suddenly found them. He told them, with great exaggeration, how wonderful the inner city was. They might not have believed anyone else, but this was the team leader who had taken care of their family along the way, which made it a different matter. Moreover, the very generous and kind team leader told them that he had work available. If they went in, he would arrange a job for the husband, and there would be some handicraft work for the woman too. He couldn't guarantee a high income, but it would at least be enough for them to leave in a proper house and have full bellies. The offer was too tempting. Seeing their 3.5-year-old son, so hungry he was sallow and thin, sometimes waking up in the middle of the night crying from hunger, broke their hearts. They wished they could cut off their own flesh to feed him. And now, all they had to do was follow the team leader, and everything would become bright and beautiful. They didn't hesitate for long and immediately followed him. At the loan shark's place, the team leader pretended to be very familiar with the lender. After a long negotiation, he said they could borrow money at a low interest rate. Then, after a series of proofs, the woman's husband was convinced to sign and put his thumbprint on the document. But before they even reached the supposedly sturdy and warm brick house in the inner city, the debt collectors arrived. Up to this point, The story was about the team leader colluding with the loan sharks to scam their family. But when the family was captured and intimidated by fierce-looking men for a while, the men finally told them that if the couple didn't want to sell themselves, they could hand over their son. The couple was even more terrified now, thinking the other party was in the business of trafficking children. They cried and pleaded relentlessly. The men grew annoyed and finally told them the truth. It turned out their son was an ability user, and a very rare and precious wood element one at that. They weren't taking him to be sold as a slave, or, as the couple imagined, to be someone else's son. To be honest, in this environment, people could barely afford to raise their own children. Who would raise one that wasn't their own blood? But even so, the young couple, who had come from the countryside but had both graduated from high school and had only been forced into a state of meekness and timidity over the past year of the apocalypse, remained suspicious. Even if the other party wasn't lying, would an organization that resorted to such despicable means to snatch a child really be trustworthy? Was it reliable? If they had just told us from the beginning that they wanted to train Huo Tian, even if we were reluctant as parents, could we have forced him to stay? With us, Huo Tian can't even get enough water to drink. We'd just be holding him back. As long as it's for his own good, even if it meant giving him away to be someone else's son, his father and I would be willing. The woman spoke with a voice full of bitterness and sorrow. The little boy, Huo Tian, immediately pleaded, "Mommy, don't give Huo Tian away. Huo Tian will be good. Huo Tian eats very little." The woman burst into tears. Bian Changxi felt a pang of emotion. She could be cold and indifferent about many things, but when it came to children, especially one so young, she found it hard to be ruthless. Perhaps in a world with countless evils and endless ugliness and darkness, no one was truly innocent, but a child who was just beginning to know and understand the world was. Even in times of war, children should have immunity from harm. They could neither protect themselves nor harm others. In fact, this was not the first time she had treated a child differently from others. Bian Changxi saw that the woman's story seemed genuine, and Huo Tian was pitiful. She patted his small, thin shoulder sympathetically. A stream of energy seeped into his body and was quickly withdrawn. He was indeed a wood element user. He should have awakened some time ago, but he was still only Tier 1. His energy was extremely thin and weak. Huo Tian looked up at her, surprised and confused. Bian Changxi paused. The little guy is very sensitive. Did he feel my energy? If so, he was truly a promising talent. This also explained his unique, lively aura. After all, an ability user's physical qualities were superior to those of ordinary people in every aspect. It wasn't strange for a child to become smarter, more sensitive, or even more beautiful as a result. Furthermore, although Huo Tian was thin, he looked less weak than his mother. She asked, "You didn't know Huo Tian was an ability user?" The woman shook her head blankly. Huo Tian never showed any strange abilities. His father and I really don't know anything about superpowers. The team leader said he saw Huo Tian playing with grass several times, and once he got a cut, but it healed right away. Those loan sharks said they secretly observed him for 2 days, and also said Huo Tian was an ability user. Bian Changxi lifted the little boy from his mother's arms and tried to get him to display his ability, but whether from nervousness or something else, the child showed no reaction. The woman stared at her son in a daze. His father and I asked around everywhere. Later, we steeled ourselves and treated one of the loan sharks underlings to a drink. He said their gang's boss is a big shot who specializes in collecting ability users. The good ones, he takes them along to work for him. The bad ones, or the ones who displease him, he throws them into some kind of laboratory. He also said, Huo Tian is the youngest ability user they've found so far and has great research value. She shivered and tears streamed down her face again. "Miss, do they want Huo Tian to be some kind of guinea pig? Didn't we learn about that in school?" They feed them drugs, raise them, then kill them and slice them up. My Huo Tian sob. Bian Changxi's brows furrowed tightly. She hadn't thought of this before, but now that it was mentioned, considering the child's young age, he might really be fated to be a guinea pig. Weren't there more researchers in the capital than anywhere else in the country? In her past life, many inventions, including the space detector and communication devices, had come from here first. Later, there was even an expensive potion that could turn ordinary people into ability users. How did that potion come about? She wouldn't believe it if there weren't experimental subjects who had sacrificed their lives for it. So that was why the two of them were desperately trying to earn money, hoping to pay off the loan and redeem their son. The entrance fee for the two adults had been 40 kilograms of rice, and 10 for the child, which converted to 175 capital coins. With interest, it was over 200, and today was the final deadline. The other party had only given them a 5-day deadline because they were making a fuss and the child was disobedient, and they didn't want to blow the situation up. They even arranged a decent house for them to live in. On the surface, it was a concession, a show of goodwill, but they must have been pulling strings behind the scenes. As a result, the woman and her husband couldn't find any good jobs, and no one dared to help them. The woman said that yesterday she had gone to work at a restaurant, peeling 2 large baskets of taro. She worked all morning and half the afternoon. They had agreed on 5 capital coins, but in the end, she only received 2. The redness, swelling, itching, and cuts on Huo Tian's fingers were from when he had tried to help. The other party wanted them to suffer setbacks for their lack of judgment, and in the end, come crawling back and beg them. This was a bit troublesome. If it was just a matter of lending money, it would be a simple favor for Bian Changxi. But if the other party was relentless, she felt it would be foolish to oppose a gang and a big shot for the sake of a few strangers. Fortunately, at this moment, she remembered that she was currently a powerless, somewhat gloomy and numb Tier 2 water element user. She composed her expression and said hesitantly, "This matter is very difficult to resolve. Why don't we wait for my boyfriend to come back, and I'll ask him." "Tell me again, who exactly are these people?" Oh, the woman said, grateful and excited. "There were people from the Thunderbolt gang, and the lone shark is a man named Lao He. The one we treated to a drink is called Ding Chio. He's one of Lao He's followers. They are all from the Golden Eagle gang, and the boss of the Black Shadow gang is a man surnamed Gu." Bian Changxi's eyelashes flickered. Surnamed Gu. When Gu Shu returned that night, he was very silent. Bian Changxi knew at a glance that things were not good. She sat down next to him on the edge of the bed. "What's wrong?" It was already late, and there was no electricity in the room. Bian Changxi had many high-end, bright leading fixtures in her farm, but to maintain their cover of being poor, there was only a single kerosene lamp on the table. The dim, flickering light made the room feel especially silent. Gu Shu's face was buried in shadow. "I saw Kay." Bian Changxi immediately remembered who Kay was. The target of Gu Shu's last mission before the apocalypse, the military bigwig who had fallen from grace and started Smugalang Arms. Kay had left Sioux City more than a month before them. By now, he should of course be in the capital base. Gu Shu continued, he was with people from the Gu family. "Our team arrived in the capital a week ago, and then was forcibly disbanded. No one knows what happened to Xiao Feng and the others. I think something bad must have happened." He spoke in a somewhat disjointed manner, but Bian Changxi roughly understood. Their team had arrived in the capital, but instead of the homecoming they expected, they were broken up because of Kay and the Gu family. Gu Shu suddenly turned to look at her. "Have I ever told you about my family?" Bian Changxi shook her head, secretly bracing herself. Is he going to share his life story with me? Heavens know how long I've waited. The Gu family, before the founding of the nation, was just a scholarly family known for its integrity. Later, my maternal great-grandfather and grandfather performed meritorious deeds, which elevated the Gu family to one of the top red families in the capital, with a status even higher than the Zhu family. Today, they hold a seat among the 8 major consortiums. That powerful. Bian Changxi was a little surprised. She had never heard of them in her past life. Suddenly, she froze. Maternal. Gu Shu smiled, a hint of loneliness in his eyes. That's right. Strictly speaking, I am not a child of the Gu family. My mother was the youngest daughter of the Gu family. When she was young, she fell in love with a chef and quickly became pregnant out of wedlock. When my maternal grandfather and uncles found out, they secretly had the chef killed and forced my mother to have an abortion. My mother resisted fiercely. Later, my maternal great-grandfather, who doted on my mother the most, intervened, allowing her to give birth to the child in secret. That was me. Bian Changxi felt a shiver run down her spine. Gu Shu continued as if telling someone else's story. My great-grandfather passed away soon after. My mother was arranged to marry a man of equal social standing with a bright future. I became my youngest uncle's second son. My mother used to visit me often. Later, after a Pei was born, she came less, but she would write me letters and call. Perhaps she was afraid my uncle and cousins would be wary of me trying to seize the family fortune, so she had me learn my deceased biological father's craft. Did you know, in a place like the capital, a top-tier chef can also become famous, meet countless people, and wield great influence? Everyone was happy to see it happen. Gu Shu spoke calmly tersely, as if he hadn't thought it was a big deal at the time. In such a prominent family, he bore the Gu surname but was an outsider. He was outstanding in every way and could have had a brilliant future, yet he was set on the path of cooking. Bian Changxi had thought he was joking when he once said he had learned to cook before joining the army. She never expected it to be true, or that there was such a story and reason behind it. She didn't know what to say, so she could only manage a dry, "Your mother was doing it for your own good, right?" It sounded like his mother had loved him very much. Gu Shu lowered his gaze slightly, hiding the emotion in his eyes. The strands of hair falling across his forehead made his expression obscure. Perhaps. It wasn't so bad. At least Pei loved my cooking. That kid was infuriating. Even at such a young age, he was spoiled. Whenever he threw a tantrum, he wouldn't eat anything except what I made. He looked up, his gaze softening slightly, but Bian Changxi's heart ached. But I only learned for a few years. When I was 10, my identity was exposed. My mother, having had a child out of wedlock, was despised by her husband's family. That man insisted on a divorce. During an argument, my mother was shot and killed. Bian Changxi drew a sharp breath in silence. Gu Shu smiled at her, but his gaze seemed to be fixed on a distant point in time. I happened to arrive just then. I was being escorted there to apologize. I picked up the gun and shot that man. He fell too. I should have died then, but the commander saved me. He took me back and raised me. I brought Pei with me. When I became a little more capable, I sent him south for his studies. So, on the surface, I am a descendant of the Gu family, but my relationship with them is terrible. Kei knew about his activities in Sioux City, and Kei was now with the Gu family. The Gu family also knew what he had been up to. On the surface, Gu Shu was one of them, at least to those outside the core family who didn't know his true parentage. He was fully capable of making a play for power, especially now in the apocalypse, an era where strength ruled. An adversary who could rally over 300,000 people in a short time. What would those uncles and cousins of his think? She didn't know what they were thinking, but they had already done something that might render all of Gu Shu's previous efforts futile. They had disbanded the Jiang City group and caused Xiao Feng and the others to disappear. Gu Shu gave a bitter smile. Bian Changxi couldn't help but reach out and wrap her arms around his waist, resting her head on his shoulder. They will regret this. Gu Shu freed a hand to hold her, murmuring a lows. The dim lamplight cast sharp, angular shadows on his face, making him look incredibly handsome, yet cold and silent. Her heart ached for him, so she tried to change the subject. "By the way, what about your commander?" "I'm not sure, but I suspect he's sick or injured. They seem to need a lot of wood element users over there." When speaking of Fu Qingxong, Gu Shu's tone was no longer as flat and emotionless as before, and his expression became more animated. "Need wood element users." Bian Changxi looked at him. "About that, I have something to tell you." She told Gu Shu about the woman. She now knew her surname was Li, and her name was Li Yinghong, and the boy was Huo Tian, and their situation. A man surnamed Gu. Could it be them? It was also related to wood element users, so it wasn't impossible that there was a connection. Gu Shu thought for a moment. There are countless gangs in the base. I can't be sure what connections they have in the shadows. But if what Li Yinghong said is true, it's very likely people from the Gu family. Where are they now? They went to Li Yinghong's room to see the mother and son. The man of the house was still out working. Gu Shu asked about everything again, examined Huo Tian, and left them some food, telling them he would handle the matter and to call for them when the people came. After returning, Gu Shu said, "He's a very promising talent, but the child doesn't know how to use his ability yet. Still, it's not something that would make the Gu family resort to such despicable means of coercion. I think it's more likely that they have a need for it, and their subordinates are acting on their own to curry favor." "So what do you plan to do?" Bian Changxi asked, taking out a pre-prepared boxed meal from the farm. "Follow them, see what they're up to, and hopefully get some useful information. Anyway, I still have to go into the inner city tomorrow to try and find Xiao Feng and the others." Gu Shu picked up his chopsticks. "Let's eat first." Bian Changxi just stared at him. "What?" She took his hand. It was a bit dirty, and his clothes were dusty. "Go wash your hands." "No, go into the farm and take a shower. I'll come in 10 minutes later." With that, she sent a somewhat resigned Gu Shu into the farm. Gu Shu couldn't enter or leave the farm on his own. She would have to go in later to bring him out. She felt he needed some personal space. She wasn't sure if that feeling was right. She sat alone on the edge of the bed, hugging her knees and silently thinking about what he had said, staring at the lamp on the table. One moment she frowned, the next she bit her lip, and finally she sighed. She had thought her own life was miserable, but someone like Gu Shu had faced hardship since childhood. At least now she understood why he respected and admired Fu Qingxong so much. She thought to herself that if that man was a good person, she would respect him just as Gu Shu did. Although they had the farm, people still walked up and down the building at night. The two adjacent rooms were empty, but there were plenty of residents further down. What if someone came knocking? Bian Changxi couldn't yet sense outside movements while hiding in the farm, so it was impossible for both of them to go in. With one person outside and one inside, they could each gain an extra day's worth of time. But after sharing and listening to their pasts, both of them felt a sense of weariness and weren't in the mood to desperately squeeze out more time for ability practice or farming. After Gu Shu came out, they ate, sat for a while, and faced the narrow bed. The atmosphere seemed to have changed. Bian Changxi slowly snuggled under the covers. Gu Shu sat for a while longer, then extinguished the lamp, took off his outer clothes, and lay down in his freshly changed t-shirt and long pants, reaching out to pull her into his arms. Their two warm bodies pressed together in the darkness. Although they were already a couple, they had never done anything more intimate. Gu Shu was set on getting married first, worried that being too reckless would anger Bian Changxi. Meanwhile, Bian Changxi was awkward and reserved, thinking that a gradual progression was best. Thus, this was the first time they had ever slept in the same bed. The space was small, and it felt like they could hear each other's heartbeats. Gu Shu held her from behind, his hand holding hers. Bian Changxi was slender and petite, fitting perfectly in his arms. They both felt an indescribable sense of comfort and solace, both mentally and physically. In the darkness, Bian Changxi's eyes were open, her face slowly turning red. Every place he touched, even through their clothes, felt like it was trembling and burning. But she could sense that Gu Shu had no such intentions. They were like two beasts in a lonely, cold world, drawing warmth from each other. They needed to be together now, and they would have to support each other on the long road ahead. Changxi. You won't leave me, right? Gu Shu's eyes felt a little sore. He lowered his head, his lips gently brushing against the delicate skin on the back of her neck. The body in his arms was soft and exquisite, radiating a warmth he had longed for someone to give him for years. His heart burned, and the pounding in his chest was a mix of excitement and gratitude. Bian Changxi stared blankly at the wall, suddenly remembering that rainy night in her past life. In this very place, the capital, her heart had turned completely cold. She didn't know what was left here for her to cherish: unfamiliar things, unfamiliar people, unfamiliar gazes. She had packed her luggage, watching the curtain of rain, waiting for it to stop so she could leave with Zhu Yunhwa and the others to build her own home. A home built with her own hands, brick by brick, drop by drop. A home that belonged to her, where she could be her own master. She didn't know where her future lay. The person she cared about was on the other side of the ocean. Love was nothing but a faded memory, giving her a sliver of strength but more sentimental sorrow. It couldn't be eaten or worn. At that time, her obsession wasn't as deep as it would later become, and she had secretly considered finding someone to settle down with. She was too fragile, too helpless then, and desperately wanted someone to rely on. She had been moved by the Gu Shu of that time, but after that old man's death, he hadn't given her a second glance. The occasional look he threw her way was filled with icy shards, no different from how he looked at anyone else. She had been utterly disappointed and was finally preparing to leave. Then he had returned, bursting into her room in the rain, asking her to stay. His first words then were also, "You're leaving." He had said, "Stay and help me." He had said Zhu Yunhwa was no good, that she would regret it. He was so annoying back then, preferring to curse her rather than say a single nice word. Bian Changxi thought, if his tone had been a little softer then, his attitude a little more sincere, perhaps I really would have stayed. Or if he had told her that Gu Pei was already dead, told her that having a family was worse than having none, that he was all alone and wanted someone's company, then everything that followed would have been different. In that leaf, she never found someone to share warmth with. She had a simple wedding banquet with Zhu Yunhwa that felt more like a meeting, and she remained in a daze throughout. In truth, she had sobered up and regretted it before the banquet even ended. But what could she do? She desperately craved a place of her own, a place where she could leave peacefully and quietly. Thinking back, she didn't know what Gu Shu had thought of her then. They were more than acquaintances, but not quite different from anyone else. They were like ordinary people, yet there was something more. After she left, after she died, she didn't know if he ever thought of her, if he even remembered that such a person had ever existed. Bian Changxi played with his strong, powerful hand, then suddenly brought it to her mouth and bit down hard. She turned over, propped herself up on his chest with both hands, and lowered her head to kiss him. This was the first time Bian Changxi had ever taken the initiative. It had started with a surge of resentment from an unknown source, an impulsive act of pouncing on him. But after her lips touched his and she gave them a leap bite, the impulse was vented, and she belatedly grew nervous. Their breaths mingled, and she felt more sensitive than ever before. In the darkness, her eyes met a pair of brilliant, soul-capturing ones, and her heart beat even faster. She hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head again to kiss him in her own way. She was light and soft, both her body and her kiss. Her hair brushed against his face, a faint, tickling sensation. The sweetness that carefully spilled from between their lips and teeth filled Gu Shu's chest, yet he felt unsatisfied. The blood in his veins seemed to be boiling. He could no longer hold back. He rolled over, pinning her beneath him. As she gasped in surprise, he deepened the kiss with forceful intensity. His movements had always been somewhat fierce, extremely aggressive, as if he couldn't learn gentleness or simply couldn't restrain himself. In just a moment, both of them were panting. He released her, gave her a deep look, and boldly moved his champagne down from her jaw and neck. One hand began to explore the soft, delicate skin of her waist under the hem of her shirt. Bian Changxi let out a soft moan and bit her lip, a mist seeming to well up in her eyes. Her heart pounded wildly, and breathing only through her nose, she felt as if she were drowning. Love between a man and a woman was a natural part of life. They had been together for some time, and this was bound to happen sooner or later. She wasn't against it, especially since there was no such thing as legal marriage in this era. Gu Shu had always respected her and had held back until now. It was a natural progression, and she had no reason or desire to refuse. But just as she had mentally prepared herself and gathered the courage to accept the man on top of her, a commotion erupted outside. The noise was loud and close, accompanied by the lead of fires and the clamor of a large crowd. Bian Changxi's breath caught in her throat. Gu Shu returned to her ear, his voice hoarse as he soothed her, "Ignore them." But Bian Changxi didn't have his composure. Her mind began to wander, and she subconsciously pushed him. He caught her hands and pinned them to the pillow, preparing to do something more, when their door was pounded on. "Mutant beasts are coming down the mountain. Everyone to the fight." Bian Changxi couldn't help but let out a laugh. Seeing Gu Shu's face, which was darker and stiffer than the night itself, she felt a sense of schadenfreude. "All right, get up. They're going to break in soon." Gu Shu stared at her sullenly, then gave her lips a heavy peck before finally getting up. He ran a hand through his hair, looked at the cramped, dark room faintly illuminated by the fires outside, and said hatefully, "In the future, we will have our own house. No one will be able to get in, and no one will be able to disturb us." Mem. Bian Changxi found the childish Gu Shu at this moment a little cute. Then she remembered that she was the one who had started the fire, and he must be feeling extremely uncomfortable now. She felt both awkward and guilty. She wanted to agree with him, but she couldn't resist teasing, so, for the sake of our house, work hard, young man. For now, let's go kill some monsters. Boss Gu, do you know you look exactly like a dissatisfied man right now? She practically fled to the door to tell the people outside they were coming. After she and Gu Shu got ready, Gu Shu changed his appearance again, and only then did they leave. Everyone outside had been roused. Groups of people were being woken up and organized to rush towards the mountain. As soon as they stepped out, they saw that all the residents on their floor were out. The man who had been shouting orders waved his hand. "Women and children stay behind. Everyone else follow me. If the mutant beasts get here, no one will survive. We can only stop them at the foot of the mountain, using the terrain and traps. No one be selfish and run away." Gu Shu and Bian Changxi exchanged a look and both followed. In the crowd downstairs, they saw Li Yinghong holding Huo Tian. Bian Changxi frowned, but figuring the woman was worried about her husband who was still by the mountain, she didn't try to stop her. It wasn't her place to interfere too much in other people's affairs. Besides, if everyone else left, it wouldn't be safe for the mother and son to stay behind alone. Following the chaotic procession to the foot of the mountain, a military unit of about 100 soldiers was already there, holding a defensive lean with several hundred ordinary civilians. They were blocking the dark figures descending from the mountain. The flashes of machine guns and abilities below were like a strobe light. Bian Changxi took a look. The dark figures were creatures that moved on all fours, with long, curved necks. Their heads and everything above the neck resembled snakes. This was a type of mutated animal whose body shape and appearance had been altered. After countless battles and explorations, and research by the institutes, it was finally announced by the Capital Editorial Department that they were likely a mutation that occurred after a mammal, originally similar to a bear, was bitten by a venomous snake. This mutation, a combination of two species, was Leek the winged pigs parasitized by grass they had encountered in Sioux City, both ugly and difficult to deal with. Bian Changxi had a particular aversion to this type of creature. In her past life, when she was less experienced, she had been so disgusted by them that she couldn't eat. However, the probability of finding crystal nuclei, especially high-tier ones, in these creatures was higher than in ordinary, single-species mutant beasts. The crowd that arrived later was ordered by military officers and several people in uniform blowing whistles to join the battle. A few men who saw the monsters were unwilling and were immediately prodded with rifle butts. One even had his kneecap shattered. This show of force intimidated the others, and no one dared to resist anymore. They ran over, filled with resentment, fear, or numbness. Gu Shu's expression was not good, but Bian Changxi was not surprised at all. The military power in the capital was extremely strong, and they held absolute dominance over the various gangs and the general populace. Thus, their management style was almost oppressive and ruthless. A soldier had a natural sense of superiority when facing civilians, even the leaders of some gangs. The military's status would last for another 2 or 3 years before finally being dismantled by Gu Shu. Only then would a system of power based on independent, city-state league bases truly form. Of course, the current administrative body was the committee evolved from the former government. Those people were much better at keeping up appearances. The ruling class in the inner city needed a veil of decency, so cases of extreme exploitation and humiliation were rare, and the evil was hidden from sight. But in the outer city, the people were in a completely low and humiliating position, and the troops stationed here were even more unrestrained. The people at the top were busy fighting among themselves. Who would come out to care about human rights? Seeing that the people in front of them had all gone, and it was almost their turn, they suddenly ran into Nio Chenglong. "Old Nio. Oh, it's you too. I remember you're a Tier 4 fire element user, right?" He asked Gu Shu. "Then go and contribute a little. Be discreet, don't put yourself in too much danger, and don't try to provoke those soldiers. They dare to kill someone on the spot. Sai, I don't know when the principle of serving the people became like this." Just then, their group was called. Another wave of snake-bear beasts suddenly descended from the mountain. Gu Shu didn't have time to say more and went forward with the others. Bian Changxi was currently a water element user and a non-combatant Tier 2 at that. As a woman, it was fine for her not to fight, but she was assigned to tend to the laborers who had been ambushed and killed or injured by the snake-bear beasts while working. Stretchers were carried to a distant and safe place, where a few wood element users, doctors, and a group of women were tending to the wounded. Cries and sobs filled the air. Li Yinghong, holding her child, walked among the bodies and the injured, crying out her husband's name. Just as Bian Changxi was about to go over, the woman suddenly fell to the ground. A kind-hearted man helped her pick up Huo Tian, who was crying loudly from the fall. Before Li Yinghong could thank him, the man looked left and right, then suddenly bolted with the child in his arms. Due to the chaos and noise, few people noticed this scene, and Li Yinghong's subsequent shrill screams went unheeded. Bian Changxi's gaze turned cold. Watching the direction the man had fled, she quickly took a detour and followed. The man ran away from the crowd. When he was a little farther away, he took out a handkerchief and used it to knock Huo Tian unconscious. Then, behind an abandoned house, he made a trade with 2 people waiting there. I brought the child. You can give me the money you promised now, right?" The other party consisted of 2 men, one middle-aged with a dark face and one young and cunning. The middle-aged man took the child, examined him carefully, and then nodded. The young man smiled and walked to the side with the kidnapper. "Of course would we cheat you. Here you go." But what he pulled from his pocket was a knife, which he plunged into the man's heart. The man fell to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. The young man smiled grimmily tersy. "Someone leaked this dares to earn dirty money." He then said to the middle-aged man, "Boss, We can report back now, right? You'll get your reward, kid. Let's go back quickly. The two of them left in a hurry with the child. Bian Changxi thought for a moment, then followed silently. They got into a car, and Bian Changxi ran. When they met up with more people, Bian Changxi turned invisible. As a Tier 4 wood and Tier 2 psychic element user, it was very difficult for her to be discovered. But in the end, they entered the inner city. The massive city gates were of course closed after nightfall, but next to each of the 4 main gates, north, south, east, and west, there was a small side gate for certain privileged individuals to use at special times. Those men went through this gate. Bian Changxi looked up at the main vermilion bird gate, solemn and imposing under the leats, and at the powerful patrol on the high walls and the military tents and vehicles stationed outside the gate. Then she looked at the small side gate, which was barely guarded. She took out her communicator to call Gu Shu, but there was no response. Gu Shu usually kept his communicator in his storage device. He would probably take it out to contact her when he realized she was missing. However, to avoid revealing her tracks, she also had to put her communicator back in the farm, which made contact a problem. But when Gu Shu found Huo Tian missing, he would surely guess where she had gone. He was going to the inner city tomorrow anyway. The question was it necessary for her to take this risk? She had no idea what awaited her. Forget it, why worry so much? I still have the farm. With that thought, she put the communicator away, left a secret coded message they had agreed upon, and then, while invisible, ran to the last car in their convoy, quickly climbing onto the roof and lying flat. Young Master Ju, thank you for your hard work. A group of people arrived at the Vermilion Bird Gate. Leading them was Ju Yi, the man from earlier that day. The garrison troops, who were usually fierce and overbearing toward ordinary citizens, were now as warm and welcoming as if Ju Yi were their own father. Ju Yi's brow furrowed imperceptibly, a flicker of disgust crossing his eyes. He didn't speak, but his attendant naturally stepped forward to converse with the guards. Mutated beasts have come down from the mountains in Sector 11 again. This is the 3rd time this month. The young master will be staying here overnight. Is it all right if we park our vehicles over there? This man was the one who had been inputting data during the day, Ju Yi's confidant, Shaolin. In private, he called Ju Yi boss, but to the outside world, he referred to him as young master because he had been assigned to Ju Yi by the Ju family since childhood. In the capital, being addressed as young master by soldiers or anyone of lower status was a rare honor and a mark of high nobility. Including Ju Yi, there were very few who held such a title. Because of that title, Ju Yi couldn't help but think of that person again. Just then, he happened to see 2 cars driving through the small side gate. As he looked, the rear tires of the second car seemed to sink slightly into the pavement. He didn't think much of it at first, but then he vaguely sensed a familiar aura, the same one he had encountered during the day, the one that had given him a strange sense of dissonance. He suddenly spoke. Shaolin, we're not staying here. We're going back tonight. With that, he took the lead and walked toward the small gate. Bian Changxi was lying flat on the roof of the car when she suddenly felt something was wrong. She looked up and saw a familiar face. It was Ju Yi, the man Gu Shu had described as not simple. No way. Where is he looking? Did he find me? Fortunately, Ju Yi quickly looked away and got into his own car. The vehicle Bian Changxi was on past the inspection and began to move slowly. After a while, Ju Yi's car was no longer visible behind them. As she lay on the car, the night wind whipped her hair into a frenzy. It was the 3rd month of the lunar calendar, spring. In the Jiangnan region, this would be a lush, vibrant season of singing birds and growing grass. But here in the cold, dry northern lands, especially at night, the temperature was plummeting. The wind cut like a knife, making her cheeks sting. There were leets along both sides of the road. Although she could remain invisible, she still cast a faint shadow. She curled her body as tightly as possible, staying perfectly still for fear of being spotted by anyone looking down from the surrounding buildings. The car passed through another checkpoint. Bian Changxi held her breath. There were many inspection points within the inner city. Moving from the impoverished districts to the common residential areas, and then to the high-level zones, the security became increasingly tight. The most important locations, the headquarters of major corporations and the residences of high-ranking officials, were heavily guarded. Ordinary people couldn't even dream of getting close. They seemed to be entering a more exclusive district now. Sure enough, after a short while, the car pulled into a courtyard and stopped. A group of people walked toward the building, and someone came out to meet them. "Lao Hei, did you succeed?" Bian Changxi climbed down, carefully jumping off the car and hiding in the shadows. She watched as several men gathered around Huo Tian, whispering in low voices. The place looked like a backyard. To describe it, it was the kind of square courtyard where the front served as a storefront or office, while the back contained a dining area, lounge, restroom, and a few dormitories. Bian Changxi's sharp eyes caught the words Golden Eagle Gang on a sign. If she wasn't mistaken, this was their headquarters. Judging by its size, it was likely just a small organization that dealt in high-interest loans. I really don't get it. Why do they care so much about this little brat? We had to resort to trickery and kidnapping. Why do you care? As long as we hand the kid over, we'll make a fortune. That's all you need to know. I've already sent for that gentleman. Boss, shouldn't we just deliver him ourselves? We know he's at the goo. Shut up. Are you stupid? If we can silence others, they can silence us too. The more you know, the faster you die. Are you saying? Enough. Don't ever mention that name again. Bian Changxi listened to their cryptic conversation. About 10 minutes later, a man arrived. He wore a suit with a heavy overcoat and a hat pulled low, obscuring the upper half of his face. Dressed like that, he looked like a mobster from the old society, radiating an aura of someone with a significant, albeit hidden, status. Where is he? The man's voice was raspy. Hiding in the dark, Bian Changxi could tell he was intentionally distorting his vocal cords. His attendant took Huo Tian and performed a quick check, nodding to signal that everything was in order. The man in the suit gestured, and another attendant produced a suitcase full of crystal nuclei. Both parties began to count the payment. Seeing this, Bian Changxi quietly slipped out. A sedan was parked outside. She looked around. The streetlights were sparse. Although most of the surrounding buildings were still lit, this particular area was shrouded in gloom. She crouched and ran to the car. It was empty. Once the 3 men and the child got in, there would be no room for her inside. She checked the trunk. It was locked. However, she had stolen her fair share of cars in both her past and present lives. Recently, she had even asked Gu Shu for professional tips on picking locks. With a few quick movements, she popped it open. Inside was a large, semi-transparent white crate that seemed to be filled with various bottles and jars. She didn't have time for a closer look. She scrambled inside and pulled the lid shut. At this moment, she deeply envied professional detectives. They didn't have to do everything manually. They could just plant a transmitter and use a tracker to follow from a distance. The most familiar example she could think of was Detective Conan from her childhood. In truth, she could have had those tools too. She had used them when tracking Wen Mingli. But right now, the Jiang City group wasn't with her. She didn't even know where they had scattered, and the whereabouts of the research personnel were unknown. Without technical support or a stockpile of gadgets, she could only rely on herself. A moment later, the man arrived. He opened the car door and sat inside. Bian Changxi heard someone approaching to open the trunk. She quickly ducked into the farm. She waited for 10 seconds inside the space, about half a minute in the outside world, then gritted her teeth and stepped back out. She emerged just as the trunk lid slammed shut with a thud. She broke into a cold sweat. If she had been a second earlier or later, she would have been finished. Even while invisible, she likely would have been exposed. The engine roared to leaf, and the car began to move. Bian Changxi shifted her body slightly. Although it was nearly pitch black, she could vaguely make out her surroundings. She pulled out a glow stick, and by its faint light, she saw that besides the large crate, a bundle had been tossed in. The space was incredibly cramped, forcing her to contort her limbs. She touched the bag. It had a hard, thick outer shell, but the inside was soft. Judging by the shape, her heart skipped a beat. Is it Huo Tian? She quietly unzipped it. Sure enough, it was Huo Tian's sleeping face, being packed away like a corpse. She was certain these people didn't want Huo Tian for his potential. She checked him over. He was just asleep. His body was fine. Then she looked at the crate. To her surprise, yet somehow as expected, it contained equipment that looked like it was for laboratory experiments. She even saw a large syringe. With these things, were they planning to do something to him while still on the road? She wanted to open the crate for a better look, but the car suddenly stopped. She froze instantly, straining her ears to listen to the movement outside. She wanted to use her mental power to investigate, but she hesitated just as she was about to release it. If there was a high-level expert outside, doing so would be a death sentence. So she could only lie flat against the car and listen. It sounded like another checkpoint. Someone was inspecting the vehicle. She heard the sound of footsteps and the clatter of firearms against shields. Clear. The car moved again, followed by yet another checkpoint. They drove for over an hour, and Bian Changxi's body was beginning to grow stiff. Finally, the car entered what sounded like a confined, narrow space. The echoes of the engine became distinct before the vehicle finally came to a halt. She immediately sharpened her focus. But after waiting for a long time, the people in the front had long since exited and their footsteps had faded, yet no one came to open the trunk. Frowning, she cautiously released her mental power. Images of the outside world entered her mind like a murky, shifting black and white picture. She could only sustain it for a second or two before the strain forced her to stop, but by listening with her psychic senses, she truly couldn't feel anyone nearby. It seemed to be a parking garage. She quietly cracked the trunk open. Her field of vision was filled with vehicles, mostly large, rugged SUVs and pickups. To her shock, she even saw a tank and an amphibious combat vehicle. She tossed a small ice cube outside. She had broken it off from a freezer in the farm's warehouse. Once it melted into water, it would leave no trace. She waited a bit longer. Still no movement. No one approached the ice cube. After a moment's thought, she pulled Huo Tian and the crate into the farm. She opened the trunk, leaped out lightly, and then closed it behind her. If anyone had been watching, they would have been terrified. To the naked eye, the trunk of that sedan had opened and closed on its own, with no living creature in sight. It was eerie. However, if one looked closely, they would see a very faint shadow on the ground. The invisibility treasure worked by bending and reflecting light, making the objects in that area disappear from sight. But this artifact was either of poor quality or flawed. It couldn't make the shadow disappear entirely. Furthermore, the areas where Bian Changxi was in direct contact, where her feet stood, where she lay, or what she leaned against, would appear slightly distorted, looking through a magnifying glass. As soon as she was out, Bian Changxi ran to a corner where there was no light and no cameras could see her. This was indeed a parking garage, high, vast, and open. The vehicles inside seemed like they weren't used often, including the combat vehicles she had seen. Near the entrance were more common sedans and SUVs. The exit was not far away. Bian Changxi stared at the entrance, her mind spinning with conspiracy theories. That mobster-leak man in the suit was likely just a middleman. He bought the target from others, brought him here, and soon another group would arrive to take Huo Tian and the equipment away. The people who had originally kidnapped Huo Tian were dead, and the Golden Eagle gang might not even know who the man in the suit was. They probably knew of the Gu family, but it seemed that whoever in the Gu family was involved wasn't necessarily their direct employer. By using middlemen, the buyer and the seller avoided face-to-face contact. This way, unless someone could mobilize massive resources, it would be impossible to trace the transaction. Moreover, the victim was just a child from a poor family in the outer city who owed a huge debt. Meanwhile, the man in the suit was someone who could pass through 2 levels of high-security checkpoints. Bian Changxi admired the enemy's caution, but the thought of high-ranking officials engaging in such convoluted schemes made her headache. This matter clearly involved something very big. The immediate problem, however, was what to do next. She wanted to stay and see who the next buyer would be. But looking at the cameras hanging from the ceiling and in the corners, she realized the ghostly opening of the trunk had surely been recorded. If someone was monitoring the feed, they would definitely suspect something was wrong. In fact, if the next buyer was watching the screen to confirm the delivery, how would they react to that scene? Bian Changxi realized she had been a bit reckless. She shouldn't have left the car so soon. But since she was already out, it was better to leave this place first. There was only one exit. Even if she hid in the farm, she would be a sitting duck if they blocked the entrance. With this realization, Bian Changxi slowly moved toward the parking garage entrance. But then, a flurry of footsteps approached. People were running. A group of men in dark green combat uniforms appeared at the entrance. Their leader was tall and imposing, with a strikingly handsome face. His eyes were dark and sharp, like a hawk hunting its prey, and he radiated a deadly aura. He waved his hand. "Seal the exits. Conduct a full sweep for suspicious individuals." "Yes, sir." He walked over to the sedan and popped the trunk to inspect it. Bian Changxi thought to herself that someone must indeed be watching the monitors. Great, how am I supposed to get past all these people? Should I go back into the farm and wait? No, she had to try to break out. She looked at the entrance. The guards weren't that densely packed. If she slipped out quietly. Just as she was about to move, the leader suddenly whipped his head around. "Who's there?" "Crabs." Bian Changxi bolted toward the exit. The man shouted, "Stop him." The others were stunned, unsure of what they were supposed to be stopping. The man himself gave chase. A flash of golden light erupted from his hand. Bian Changxi felt the surge of ability power and tilted her head. A gold blade grazed her cheek, and blood splattered instantly. The force of the blow sent her tumbling across the ground. The others finally saw the blood on the floor, heard the sound of something hitting the ground, and caught a faint, almost imperceptible groan. Bian Changxi stopped holding back. She fleeked her wrists, launching throwing knives. With her right hand, she struck the guards blocking her path, sending them flying. With her left, she threw knives at the man chasing her. But the man didn't slow down. His body twisted in an uncanny fashion, dodging almost every blade. Bian Changxi didn't look back, but she could feel that her knives had mostly missed. Her heart sank as she pushed her speed to the limit and burst out of the parking garage. Outside was a wide, open space. Guards were stationed everywhere, and some were already rushing toward the commotion. With enemies in front and behind, Bian Changxi looked up as she cleared the entrance. Seeing a large building above the garage, she lashed out with her vines, hooking onto a drainage pipe. Using the momentum, she swung herself upward. Crash! She smashed through a window, nearly getting a mouthful of shattered glass. Even at this late hour, there were patrols inside the building. Hearing the glass break and the shouts from below, they ran toward the room. Bian Changxi brushed off the glass shards and pressed a hand to her bleeding cheek, stopping the flow of blood instantly. Unfortunately, the man's strength was immense and his strike ruthless. The gold blade had pierced through to her cheekbone. It wouldn't heal immediately, and even the slightest movement of her face caused a piercing pain. She cursed under her breath, endured the pain, and reactivated her invisibility. She found a hallway and ran. People were coming up the stairs. She had to double back. Seeing a door that wasn't fully closed, she slipped inside. A small lamp was lit in the room, and there was another door further in. Bian Changxi held her breath, doing her best to mask her presence. She sensed someone inside and cursed her luck. She looked back at the door, deciding it was best to leave. I heard that 10 days ago, that man turned a base upside down and ousted the leader without firing a single shot. Calculating the time, he should be arriving in the capital soon. Aren't you worried? A voice came from the inner room. Bian Changxi froze. She had a strong intuition that they were talking about Gu Shu. After a moment's thought, she moved closer. Through the glass door, she saw a large, dimly lit room. Two men were sitting, cross-legged on the floor, facing each other in an ancient style of conversation. They seemed to be engaged in a classical, elegant activity. Playing Go. Actually, it wasn't a match. One man was absent-mindedly placing stones on the board, playing against himself, while the other sat watching him, the one who had asked the question. One was leisurely, the other probing. One was indifferent, the other waiting for an answer. The questioner waited for a long time without a response. He lowered his voice and called out impatiently, "Gu Yo." Bian Changxi's eyes twitched. Here we go. Someone from the Gu family. Damn it, Gu Shu didn't tell me the names of all his relatives. I can't place them. The man named Gu Yo looked at the board and smiled faintly. Why should I be worried? Nominally, he is my younger brother. By blood, he is my cousin. HMPH, easy for you to say. Everyone knows he's Fu Qingxong's lapdog. Has he ever brought a single benefit to the Gu family? Younger brother. He's nothing but a bastard. The other man sneered mockingly. Bian Changxi glared coldly at the man, memorizing his face. She recalled Gu Shu saying he had been adopted by his youngest uncle as a second son. That would make this Gu Yo his uncle's eldest son. She looked closely. Under the lamplight, the man's profile was refined and his expression serene. Even sitting on the floor, he appeared tall and upright. He held an emerald game piece in his hand, looking like a man of cultivated character and peaceful disposition. She thought to herself that the Gu family must have excellent genes. They were all good-looking. Gu Shu went without saying. While he might not be as instantly breathtaking as Jiang Zhi or Zhu Yi, he was the type who commanded attention in any crowd. His beauty was deep and resonant, the kind that grew on you the more you looked. Gu Pei was also bright and handsome, like a graceful bamboo. Given time to mature, he would surely be a heartbreaker. As for the man inside, even without seeing his full face, one could tell he was a top-tier handsome man. A woman's mind is a strange thing. Even though Bian Changxi was a calm and steady person, her first thought was to compare their looks. It wasn't that she was superficial, but she had completely placed herself in Gu Shu's shoes and taken him under her wing. Facing these relatives who were essentially enemies, and knowing Gu Shu was in a relatively weak position, she felt a surge of protective pride. My guy is the best. You people don't know what you're missing, and you can't compare to him. Naturally, the first thing she compared was their appearance. Thus, the man inside, who was a 9 out of 10, was demoted to a 6 in her mind. His calm, deliberate manner of playing Go was interpreted as playing Go in the middle of the night. What a poser. Of course, even as she critiqued him, she remained fully focused. Gu Yo finally looked up. At that moment, even Bian Changxi, standing outside the room, felt a wave of pressure that made her skin crawl. He said, family matters are not for outsiders to comment on. If anyone should be worried, it's your Shu family. You've only just recovered a bit of strength. Naturally, you're afraid he'll come and ruin it again. With a crisp clack, he placed a stone. His eyes returned to the board. Don't think I don't know that you've teamed up with those people to set ambushes at every entrance, just waiting for him to show up. I don't care what you do, but don't even think about dragging the Gu family down with you. If you have the ability, do it yourself. If not, back off." He paused, frowning slightly. "Furthermore, although Gu Pei was originally a Shu, you abandoned him 15 years ago. Don't overstep now. Don't forget his surname is Gu. If anything happens to him while he's in your hands, forget Gu Shu. The Gu family won't let you off." The other man's face flushed with anger. He stood up abruptly, took a few steps, and then couldn't help but say, "Guyo, don't act like you're so innocent. Everyone knows you've teamed up with that person. With a wave of your hand, you scattered hundreds of thousands of people. You act like you're protecting Gushu, but you Gus are actually the most ruthless of all. And don't bring up Gu Pei. If you really cared about him, you wouldn't have let us take him away." Bian Changxi was shocked. Gu Pei is in the hands of the Shu family. It sounded like the Shu family was the one Gu Shu's mother had married into, but Gu Shu must have dealt them a heavy blow later on. As she thought this, she saw the man from the Shu family preparing to leave. She planned to follow him out, not to track him, but to use him as a shield to leave this place. She was now fairly certain this was the Gu residence. Having confirmed that and learned of Gu Pei's whereabouts, she didn't want to linger. She needed to go back and discuss this with Gu Shu. However, just as she was about to follow him out, she felt a rush of wind behind her. She dodged to the side. A green object grazed her face and hit the door, causing it to slam shut with a click. Gu Yo's voice drifted over Kamalili Tursi. "You've been listening for so long. Don't you have anything to say?" The hair on the back of Bian Changxi's neck stood on end. Not for any other reason than the fact that the green game piece was wrapped in mental power. This Gu Yo was a Psychic Elementalist. And judging by the layer of mental energy surrounding that stone, he was much stronger than her. Tier 3. Tier 4. Or even higher. Bian Changxi herself was at the late stage of Tier 2 and felt she could already push for Tier 3, but she lacked experience and had focused on solidifying her foundation, which was why she had remained at Tier 2. She hadn't expected to encounter someone stronger than her. When exactly had he awakened? Wasn't it said that the psychic element didn't appear until 4 or 5 years after the apocalypse? Her shock was quickly followed by annoyance. Why did these people love throwing things at her face? Didn't they know how easy it was to be disfigured? She was in a relationship now. If she were left with a permanent scar, how could she face her lover? She retreated toward the window, glancing down, then looked back to see Guyo leaving his go board. He walked toward her slowly, an emerald stone held between his fingers. The piece was made of high-quality emerald, shining brilliantly in the night. Bian Changxi had seen such things as a child at an elder's house. A single piece was said to be worth hundreds of thousands. However, she felt that if one truly loved Go, there was no need for such flashy materials. Jade was warmer and more elegant, and simple stone was more grounded. Weren't those better than this expensive emerald? She suspected that someone who used such pieces didn't truly love the game. And Gu Yo, playing Go in the middle of the night, wasn't necessarily studying strategy. This man's strikes were fast and ruthless, on par with the handsome gold elementalist downstairs, perhaps even more abrupt and sharp. How could such a person be calm and peaceful? As he drew closer, Bian Changxi was surprised to see that his pupils emitted a faint green glow, looking hauntingly beautiful in the dim room. Setting aside those eyes, the man's features were indeed exceptionally exquisite, giving his eerie aura a touch of seductive danger. With such looks and those eyes, and his stockinged feet making no sound on the floor, he looked like a demon that had crawled out of another dimension. Bian Changxi wasn't exactly afraid, but she couldn't help feeling creeped out. When I get back, I have to tell Gu Shu that his cousin is terrifyingly handsome. As she scrutinized him, his mental power swept over her like a scanner. Bian Changxi felt an immense pressure that she couldn't block out. Since she was still invisible, he couldn't see her. He tilted his head slightly. "A woman." He smiled. This is the first time I've seen someone who can hide so completely. Who are you? Show yourself. Bian Changxi took a long breath, intending to turn and jump out the window. But the moment she moved, her limbs felt heavy, as if she were draped in several waterlogged quilts. She could barely even breathe. She was horrified. Is this how mental power is used? It was as if invisible shackles had been placed on her. The more she tried to move, the stronger the force became. She mobilized her own mental power to counter it, but the gap between them was too wide. She was inexperienced in using her psychic energy this way. Her efforts felt weak, she was merely tickling him. Before long, her face turned deathly pale, and her bones began to creak under the strain. Gu Yo watched her struggle with interest. But when he realized she also possessed mental power, his expression grew more serious, and his face gradually darkened. It was like a lopsided tug-of-war. For every ounce of strength she used, he used double. He was an inexhaustible deep sea, while her potential was being squeezed out drop by drop, crushed into powder, and finally compressed into a tiny core that felt like it would shatter at any moment. To hold out this long. Quite impressive. A flash of admiration crossed Gu Yo's glowing green eyes, but his fingers didn't hesitate to release another surge of mental power, intending to crush the intruder in one go. Bian Changxi's knees buckled. She was on the verge of screaming. Her limbs were completely paralyzed, her mental power was exhausted, and her skull felt like it was splitting open. Finally, she remembered her wood element. Energy suddenly flooded her limbs. After pouring into her brain, her exhausted mental power felt as if it had been jump-started, surging upward. Whether it was the wood energy driving the mental power or vice versa, the two forces erupted from her body together, coiling around the mental shackles that bound her and tearing through them with savage force. If the opponent's mental power was a series of ropes, those ropes were now being blown apart. The weight on Bian Changxi vanished. Her aura peaked as both energies broke through a barrier, soaring into the sky and following the ropes back to their source. Her mental power had already been ready for a breakthrough, and her wood element had been at Tier 4 for a long time. She had lacked experience, and the wood element was naturally gentle, making its advancement slower. But now, under the external stimulus, the two powers collaborated. Like wind fanning a fire, they both shattered their bottlenecks and advanced a tier. Gu Yo hadn't expected this. Caught off guard, he was forced back 2 steps by the impact. Bian Changxi clawed at the air, gathering all the scattered mental power into her hands. With a low cry, she thrust it forward. An invisible but incredibly powerful mental whip, intertwined with thick, dark green vines that seemed to roar with power, lashed out at the beautiful man in front of her. Gu Yo's eyes widened. He swept his hands out, manifesting a massive, solid mental shield. The two forces collided. The chandelier, tables, chairs, glass doors, windows, and even the solid wood floor and concrete walls disintegrated or shattered instantly. Even Bian Changxi's invisibility treasure shattered with a pop, revealing her form. A wild wind howled through the room. Bian Changxi's face was white, her eyes bloodshot, and her black hair whipped around her. She was in a state of eerie excitement. Gu Yo's brow was furrowed, his gaze sharp and completely at odds with his beautiful face. He braved the knife-leak wind and the dancing vines, trying to get a clear look at the person opposite him. Bang! The door was kicked open. Someone burst in. Gu Yo, have you seen? The man's words cut off abruptly. He was nearly blown back by the storm inside the room. The sudden interruption caused the two people locked in high-tension combat to falter. Gu Yo, who was on the defensive, was immediately injured. He stumbled back half a step, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Bian Changxi, jolted out of her abnormal state of advancement, staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. She glanced at the newcomer. It was the fierce gold elementalist from earlier. She couldn't take on one of them, let alone two. She immediately vaulted over the windowsill and jumped. The gold elementalist recognized her instantly. If nothing else, her aura and the wound on her face, the one he had caused, which had reopened during the fight, gave her away. As she turned to jump, he launched 2 gold blades without hesitation. Bian Changxi lashed out with a vine, knocking one blade aside and sending it flying back toward his face. The other blade sliced her right arm, and she plummeted from the air. She tumbled onto the grass below. Because of the commotion from the window shattering, people had already gathered. Alarms were blaring, and defense leans were being set up at the building's exits. Seeing someone fall, the guards pounced. They were agile, decisive, and many were ability users. But the moment Bian Changxi hit the ground, she swung her vines and threw her knives, clearing a path. She fled like an unstoppable force. As she rounded a corner, a hand suddenly reached out from the shadows and yanked her away. Upstairs, Guo and the other man reached the window. Bian Changxi was already far away. No one could stop her. Either they weren't fast enough, their abilities weren't strong enough, or they lacked her sheer momentum and variety of tricks. She was like a rabbit, no, a ghost clad in armor, wielding a whip and a scythe. She charged through everything without stopping. Even after falling from a high floor and hitting the ground hard, she hadn't paused for a single second. It was as if she were floating or flying away. 4 eyes watched her retreating figure intently, trying to make sense of her movements. By the time they were ready to give chase, she had vanished behind the buildings. The gold elementalist prepared to jump down, but Guo stopped him. "Forget it. You won't catch her." The gold elementalist's sharp brow furrowed, but he didn't argue. Instead, he asked, "How did you two end up fighting?" "She snuck in on her own." Guo wiped the blood from his leap with his thumb, staring at the faint red stain with an unreadable expression. "With all this commotion, were you looking for her?" The gold elementalist looked at the blood with a deep, meaningful gaze. He shifted his sharp eyes to Guyo's face. He wanted to see something there, but looking at that pale yet increasingly beautiful face, his lip curled. He looked away, unable to keep staring. "I don't know why she suddenly appeared in the parking garage. She seems to be able to turn invisible. Is she that strong? She actually managed to injure you." His cousin had possessed special abilities since childhood. Despite his feminine face, not even 100 men combined were a match for him in a fight. Now that his powers had grown even stronger, the entire Gu family treated him like a treasure. To think he had been injured by a sneaky woman, who would believe it? If it weren't for the sudden rise of that man, Guo would have been the undisputed #1 of the Gu family's current generation. Thinking of this, the gold elementalist's gaze darkened. "She's a wood elementalist, right? I heard Gu Shu has a wood elementalist woman with him. She's supposed to be quite capable. She's also a psychic elementalist. And that woman is said to be a space elementalist. Have you ever heard of a triple element user?" Guo countered calmly, his tone certain. Besides, if she were with Gu Shu, given his personality, would he let his woman take such a risk? Clearly, due to communication barriers and the distance, the information they had was incomplete. Back in Jiang City, there had been rumors that Bian Changxi was a space elementalist, as her throwing knives were quite peculiar. The gold elementalist stared at Guo for a moment and sneered. "Then why do you think she came? Just as Gu Shu is about to arrive. Is there such a thing as a coincidence? Whether you feel it or not, I believe Gu Shu is already nearby. Even if he isn't necessarily our enemy. After everything we've done. After we clashed with his precious old commander and left him half dead. Guo, when did you become so naive?" He turned to leave, but Guo called out Gu Jun. This gold elementalist was also a descendant of the Gu family, the only son of the eldest branch and Gu You's cousin. In the previous generation, there were 4 brothers. Although Gu Jun was the eldest grandson and held a unique status, Gu You was the son of the 4th brother and was 2 or 3 years older. Before the apocalypse, Gu You's words had carried more weight. Gu Yo raised his voice, and Gu Jun stopped, though he didn't turn around. Gu Yo said, "Unless it's absolutely necessary, do not confront him directly. Are you worried about losing? Are you afraid of him?" Gu Jun's handsome, rugged face broke into a smirk. His eyes were sharp and mocking, filled with a solitary, defiant confidence. Number Gu Yo opened his hand, and the emerald stone levitated. With a light flick of his wrist, the stone embedded itself into the steel structure, revealed by the peeling concrete of the wall, vanishing completely into the depths. Now is not the time for internal strife. Gu Jun narrowed his eyes, looking at the spot on the wall. "You're right." At the same time, on the other side, Bian Changxi was sitting in a smoothly moving car. An orange light was on inside, while the world outside was pitch black. She looked at the driver, then at the man sitting beside her, who was prettier than most women. She couldn't help but wonder if it wasn't just the Gu family's genes, but perhaps the capital's feng shui was particularly good. Why were all the men here so exceptionally handsome? This man was not a complete stranger. She had seen him during the day and again when she was sneaking into the inner city. He was the eldest grandson of the Zhu family, Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi pulled a snow-white towel from a compartment in the car, dampened it with mineral water, and handed it to Bian Changxi. She looked at it for a moment before taking it and offering a word of thanks. However, she didn't use the towel. Instead, she raised her arm and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand and her sleeve. Zhu Yi smiled and said nothing. "Where are you staying?" "I'll take you back." Unlike Gu Yo's seductive, almost inhuman beauty, Zhu Yi's looks were pure and approachable, lacking any sense of threat. In fact, beautiful wasn't quite the right word for him. He was simply handsome, so handsome that it was a pleasure to look at him, making one feel comfortable and relaxed. Bian Changxi looked at him warily. "Have you been following me this whole time?" "I just had a small doubt. And I've always been someone who is willing to spend endless time and energy to resolve a doubt." Bian Changxi looked away. "And is your doubt resolved?" "A little." Zhu Yi began to count on his fingers. "You've hidden your strength. You're tier 4. You're a wood elementalist. Your name is Bian Changxi, not Zhang Yue. But I haven't seen you change your appearance." He smiled. "So I can't be sure if that orphan you grew up with is the person I suspect he is." Bian Changxi didn't answer. Zhu Yi remained unbothered by her attitude. It seemed his temper was as good as his looks. "But I think the answer will be revealed soon, so I'm not in a hurry. Right now, I just kindly want to take you where you want to go." He kindly wants to take me, not he wants to kindly take me. Bian Changxi caught the distinction. "Why?" "Someone told me that a wood elementalist named Bian Changxi is very good and very powerful. She's a woman of her word and straightforward in her dealings. She promised him that she would help treat his injuries and illnesses within a certain range. Although that promise hasn't had a chance to be fulfilled, I think having a doctor with a fixed contract is quite nice." Bian Changxi was stunned. Chu Nan. She had only made such a promise to Chu Nan, in exchange for him showing her the videotapes to find Bian Kuang. After Chu Shangjin fell, Chu Nan had decisively followed Gu Shu. He had been part of the team heading north, and she had seen him, though the promise indeed remained unfulfilled. "I once visited Jiang City for fun. As the host, Chu Nan received me and introduced me to many sights and delicacies. We're acquaintances. A while ago, didn't a team from the south disband as soon as they entered the outer city? I felt something was wrong and went to investigate, which is when I ran into him." Zhu Yi said with a smile. "Through his introduction, I secretly took in a group of people. I heard there are some technical personnel among them. I imagine Gu Shu would be very interested in them. I'm waiting for him to give me some benefits so he can take them back." Bian Changxi's heart skipped a beat. She looked at him twice, but his expression was open and honest, making it impossible to tell his true depth. She cursed inwardly. Every single one of them is as sharp as a tack. Zhu Yi didn't expect her to say anything on the spot. He had made his point. He pointed to her arm. "Aren't you going to treat that? And your face?" Only then did Bian Changxi notice her arm was still bleeding. The wound on her face from the gold blade had mostly healed, but the crack in the bone remained. Now it had reopened, and blood was smeared across half her face, feeling sticky to the touch. How annoying. Cut twice by the same person. It hurts like hell. Since Zhu Yi already knew her identity, she didn't bother hiding anymore. She used her wood energy to treat herself. Treatment meant simply placing her hand over the wound and directing her internal energy to stimulate rapid cell regeneration. After reaching Tier 5, she hadn't had time to check for other changes, but her total energy reserves had clearly reached a new level. Such a wound was a matter of 10 seconds. A bone injury would take a minute or two, followed by a couple of days of being careful. However, as soon as she mobilized her energy, she realized that both her wood energy and her mental power were still a bit restless. They felt unrefined, as if they contained many impurities. She felt a dull pain in her chest, and her head was throbbing and foggy. This was likely due to the emergency and abnormal advancement. She would need to deal with it properly later, or it might leave lasting issues. Knowing she wasn't in any condition for more fighting or sneaking around, she said to Zhu Yi, "If you're willing to take me, please take me out of the city." "My honor." He turned to the driver. "Xiao Lin, head out of the city." At the small gate beside the Vermilion Bird Gate, the guard watched with a mix of envy and frustration as young Master Zhu, who had entered only 2 hours ago, left again. He envied these young masters and big shots who could come and go as they pleased. Meanwhile, guards like him couldn't even pass through the higher-level checkpoints and spent their days exposed to the wind and sun. But then he thought of the refugees outside who couldn't even get enough to eat and had to sell their children, wives, or themselves. Suddenly, his mood improved. Zhu Yi dropped Bian Changxi off in a secluded corner. He leaned out the window and asked, "Do you need me to wait with you?" "No need. Thank you for tonight." Although she was unhappy that Zhu Yi had followed her without her noticing, it was his right. And if it hadn't been for his help, leaving the Gu residence wouldn't have been easy. Passing through several checkpoints and leaving the inner city would have been a major hassle. She likely would have had to find a corner in the inner city to hide in the farm and wait for Gu Shu to come and get her the next day. Zhu Yi gave a casual wave, and the car drove off. It was nearly midnight. The surroundings were dark, chaotic, and filled with the howling of the cold wind. It was a desolate place. Anyone less brave wouldn't have dared to stay. Bian Changxi looked around and released a thread of mental power to investigate. Although it was a bit of a strain to use it now, there was no Guyo or other psychic elementalists here. This was her unique skill. She could search the area without any pressure. She quickly retracted it. No one was around. She took out her communicator. The moment she dialed, the other side picked up. "Changxi, where are you? Are you all right?" Bian Changxi blinked. This scene felt incredibly familiar. 10 days ago at base number 7, she had been the one worrying about Gu Shu, searching for him through the communicator. "I'm fine. I'm currently at..." She gave her location. "Come and get me quickly. It's so dark here. I'm hanging up now. Don't you dare hang up. Keep the lane open." Gu Shu was already starting the car. His voice was worried and overbearing, as if he were afraid she would disappear the moment the call ended. Bian Changxi smiled. "Energy is limited. Until we find our technical staff, we only have these 2 communicators. What if we run out of power? Bye. I'll be waiting right here." With that, she hung up. How could she not hang up? She immediately entered the farm to clean herself up from head to toe. She discarded and destroyed her torn, bloody clothes and washed and dried her hair. Otherwise, if he saw her looking like she had just crawled out of a war zone, she was afraid Gu Shu would lose his mind. She paused while putting on her shoes. Why do I always feel like I'm frantically destroying evidence whenever I get hurt? I'm the one who suffered and got injured. I'm the one who needs comfort, right? She rolled her eyes. She couldn't help it. She felt guilty. Who told her to always act on her own? If Gu Shu found out, he would probably chain her to his side. She also didn't want him to worry. But even though she had been injured this time, like many times before, they were mostly superficial wounds. On the contrary, the benefits were immense. Setting aside the information she had gathered, and the knowledge that there was another powerful psychic elementalist in the world, the most important thing was that both of her elements, which had been stagnant, had advanced. Advancing the psychic element was notoriously difficult, and even the 5 basic elements leak wood were hard to level up. In her past leaf, even 7 years into the apocalypse, the highest tier was tier 9. Gu Shu was said to have reached tier 10. That meant an average of just over 1 tier per year. It was only March now, not even a full year since the apocalypse began. People at tier 4 were as rare as phoenix feathers. It was only because the people she encountered were all exceptional that it felt like tier 4 users were everywhere. Furthermore, Bian Changxi vaguely sensed that ever since her psychic element awakened, advancing her 2 other abilities had become more difficult. The same was true when absorbing crystal nuclei. Her energy saturation was slower, as if a portion of the energy was being diverted to support her mental power.